Welcome to our Transit Commission meeting for Thursday, April 13th. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence sont enrichies et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. We have regrets today from Councillor Hill, and I'll ask our committee coordinator to do the roll call.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Hill. Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Tierney. Vice Chair Curry.
Here.
Chair Gower.
Here.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you, Eric. Can we have a confirmation of the minutes? These are the minutes from March 3rd, 2023. Are they carried? Carried, thank you. Responses to inquiries. We have two responses to inquiries. One is communicating live information to riders. 4.1 and 4.2 is the LRT technical operations inquiry. Are there any requests to lift either of those for discussion? I believe there is. Councillor Lowe?
Yeah, can we hold 4.2, I believe?
4.2, yeah. We're actually not going to hold any items today because we have presentations on each of them. So we can start with 4.2 with the will of committee to lift this item for discussion. Yes? Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowe.
I thought I was going to wait a little bit before I had to speak to it. So like I've said to all of my colleagues, and I think I sent an I know I sent an email last night. The surprise for me was that a lot of this information was provided to me verbally, right? And my ask is for it to be provided in writing. I know that there's some information that we're more privy to than there's some information that we might be more privy to, and I'm open to discussing which items should be kept privately with staff. But no, I think there is public interest. Like, there is a lot of information that was provided to me that actually would have made that would have put OC Transpo in a positive light, right? Like, after the January outages, the train was out. It was 5 or 6 days until service was restored, and the reason was because an inch-by-inch inspection was done in the overhead catenary. Like, things like that, I think the public would have really liked to know, and that would have probably added to some of the public confidence that's kind of shaky right now. So if with the will of the committee, I guess I would like to put forward a motion to have the item formally responded to.
Okay, you have a motion prepared, I understand, right? So if we can bring that up on the screen, we could introduce that.
Am I okay with the way it's written? Like with this one? Yeah, looks like it.
All right, there, we've got it on the screen now.
Okay. Oh, that's different. Okay, so, well, be it resolved that the Transit Commission that's for the discussion. Okay. Be it resolved that Transit Commission recommend that Council direct OC Trans prepare an official written response to inquiry Transit Commission 2013-02 LRT technical operations pursuant to section 33 subsection 3 of the rules of procedure.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Are there any questions, comments, discussion around this motion? Councillor Curry.
Just my understanding was not that anybody didn't want information to go out, but that it was time consuming to do all of this in writing. So I just have staff have a comment about the time, the cost to do this. So 67 questions, I think there are. That seems to me quite a lot, but I'd like to hear from staff.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So I asked Matt, who's working on my engineering department, to have a deep dive on that. and he will share with us what we need to be able to answer those questions to Councilor Lowe. Matt, please.
Thank you for your question, Chair. In response to that, we estimate that you're approximately 100 hours of city staff time to perform that work at a high level estimate. That doesn't include reaching out to third-party vendors or manufacturers to get some of the details. They're very technical questions, some of them. So that would take a little extra time to complete those.
So an estimated cost of that?
It's approximately 100 hours. So it's people that I have in my department who will need to do that instead of moving forward with the investigation that we have ongoing.
Mr. Chair, just when we kind of do that math, what do we normally do? We give it some kind of an hourly rate. It's not an easy thing to predict. And then the cost, the opportunity cost of them not doing other things.
Yeah, this is a challenge. It comes up every once in a while. Not often. We haven't had an inquiry. It's not often that we do get a response back to an inquiry that says we cannot answer this with our available resources. And I think in previous terms of council, sometimes we had basically requests from councillors for projects or significant work almost disguised as an inquiry. And it's how do we find the right balance procedurally? And Councillor Lowe, yesterday you had circulated to members of council your notes from a meeting that you had with OC Transpo staff that did provide answers to many of the questions. They were very, I guess, basic, based on your notes, very basic questions. And some cases they were yes or no answers, right? What I'm wondering if there's perhaps a compromise here, because I do think it's a lot to ask of staff to go through and do a written response to 67 questions to the level of detail that we usually expect from an inquiry, because usually an inquiry of one question results in a page or two of response, right? And 67 questions is a lot of questions for an inquiry. We do have a root cause analysis that will be presented at this committee on the January 4th outage. And I think that may answer a lot of the questions. It may result in more questions, but it may allow you to refine some of your questions in light of those findings from the root cause. This is not the only opportunity you have today to direct staff or ask staff to respond to the inquiry. And I wonder if the benefit of a little bit more time to see that root cause and refine some of the questions that are most critical to our oversight and governance role might be one way to approach this rather than asking staff to respond to the full 67 questions. Councillor, I wonder if how you would respond or receive that suggestion.
Yeah, so I submitted this inquiry on the understanding that it might exceed staff's ability to answer it based on their resources. I was speaking weird a little earlier because I had a candy in my mouth, but but no, I submitted this inquiry on that understanding, and I was hoping that given some of the things that had happened and the whole and in the spirit of the inquiry and everything, that they would like one, acknowledge that, but overlook that and try to help with restoring some of the public confidence. Because like I said earlier, there are some things in the inquiry that I think would actually be positive on OC Transpo's part. But like I learned eventually that it does say that it is to be responded to for next meeting, but I meant for it as a little longer, I guess. Like I wasn't set on a hard deadline on this. But if there's a root cause analysis that's going to come forward next commission meeting, May 11th, I believe.
Well, we could ask staff, is there a timeline for that root cause analysis?
Chair, I don't have any date for the root cause, but definitively we have a working group who's working on it. As soon as I will have the answers, for sure will come here.
And that full report, it will be shared with commission? Okay.
Yeah, since I went into this without any hard deadline set, I don't think it's a bad thing to wait for that root cause analysis and then refine some of my questions. And then if there's anything else, I can probably discuss it privately with staff and bring back anything we might have next month. So defer or withdraw.
You're withdrawing the motion? Yes.
Is it defer or withdraw? I don't.
we could defer it to next month, I guess, or Eric, I'm looking for your advice here. Could be deferred or could be reintroduced at any time in the future.
Oh, okay, I'll just reintroduce it in the future then.
Okay, so you've withdrawn it today, reintroducing potentially in the future. Okay. Councillor Leeper, your hand was up. Is it still up?
It's not, oh, there we go. With the motion off the floor, I don't think there's any more of a speakers list.
Well, unless you wanted to speak to.
Okay.
Require response, so.
The response, so I guess the question I have for Commissioner Lowe is, do you need all of those questions answered in that root cause analysis that's coming forward? Commissioner Horrigan made it really clear that there has to be a reset in the relationship between council and staff with respect to governance of LRT. And my expectation, my strong expectation, is that if councillors have questions of staff, that those questions are answered. But we do have a responsibility not to go on fishing trips, right? The questions that we pose of staff need to help us in our direction in guiding the LRT project. Do the questions that you've posed, can you assure me that those are not a fishing trip and that they need to be in that root cause analysis in order for you to be able to do your job of oversight as a transit commissioner?
Did you say fishing trip?
Yeah.
Okay. Most of the questions are related. They come from it, and I kind of wanted to look further into it to see if the lightning strike, for example, had an issue, if there was any oversight in or missed maintenance, and things like that. That's why there are some questions that seem to be unrelated. Why overhead catenary is ultimately selected, I kind of just put that in as a bit of a background, I guess. But most of the questions are related to that event. Most of the questions are related to the January event. There was one question there may have been one or two questions in there more related on the power stuff that I included as a bit of a tangent, but I thought might be related in some way in case it is, because it may open up a box towards other things, right? So that's I do have a feeling that with the detailed root cause analysis that might come in May, the majority of those questions might be partially or wholly answered.
Okay. I was fully prepared to back your motion today. I think that if councillors have questions, that staff need to answer those. And I guess my strong suggestion to Councillor or Commissioner Lowe, to staff, is to work out which of those questions you need answered. And then in May, we better see those answers, because if you don't reintroduce the motion, then I will, if there's any questions have not been answered.
No, I agree. And that's the little bit from the public inquiry that I included, right? That we need to be able to do our oversight, and to be able to properly do that, we need the information from staff.
Yeah.
So let's wait for May and see how that goes.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Brockton.
Thanks, Chair. I acknowledge the direction that this is going in now, and I would just sort of piggyback on comments that Councillor Leeper made and suggest that if there are some critical questions that you would like answered sooner rather than later, rather than submitting the entire package of questions, tease out the most important ones. I do believe with the chair that perhaps the future report will answer some of that, and it's best not to duplicate effort. But you can move public inquiry at the end of this agenda if there's something critical that you want answered between now and the next meeting.
Thank you. Can I suggest another thing perhaps would be helpful? The working group that Madame Amilcar mentioned, I don't know if you need a direction for this formally, but can you share the list of Councillor Lowe's questions for their awareness? Not necessarily that the root cause analysis would have to answer those. That's not my expectation, but just so that they are aware of some of the concerns that this committee may have in relation to the January 5th incident.
Thank you for the question, Chair. And the working group is aware because, Richard Older, who's who's in charge of the engineering department, and with Matt Peters, who's working there as well. So they know very well. The thing is, we are professional engineers and we have process to follow. We cannot just go and pick and choose some questions. So I don't want to distract the team because I want to know exactly what happened to be able to put mitigation measures in place and a final fix. So I would love if I can leave them follow the process, do the job, come back here. Possibly it won't be possible in May because it's very technical and we have a lot of questions to ask to Alstom, RTM, RTG, LRTC, etc. But we'll come back for sure. After that, if we still have questions, it will be a pleasure for us to try to answer. But those questions are very, very difficult. And I'm an engineer myself, and I read those questions, and I can tell you I cannot answer to them. I will need specialists and I will need consultants to do so. It's very, many of them are very, very technical, and we won't go there for our investigation. We will follow the process that we have to follow to be able to have the right root cause and to be able to have a final fix.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, this is a good discussion. It's when we're going to have a lot, right? We're still trying to find the right balance between oversight and technical operations and communications and sharing of information. And there's certainly not going to be the last conversation about this that we have over this course of council. It's come up a number of times at LRT subcommittee as well. So important discussion, and thanks, Councillor Lowe, for your constructive approach to this. Okay, we'll move on to item 5.1 on the agenda. OC Transpo update, rail, bus, and paratranspo. It's quite a meaty update today, lots of different things. So we'll turn things over to General Manager Renee Amilcar. Bonjour.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à tout le monde. Good morning, everyone, Chair Gower and Commission members.
Hello, everyone.
I'm very happy, as usual, to be here today. And we'll start the meeting by providing you an update on OC Transpo services. I know that I sent yesterday, I think, or the day before the deck. However, please note that there are some updates, and the last version is available, and you can grab it. So I have a lot of projects to update you on, and I'm very, very, very happy for that. Next slide, please. So let's start by very good news. On Sunday, April 2nd, we celebrated the recipients of both the 2022 Transit and Safe Driving Awards at a special ceremony. Chair Gower, Interim City Manager Wendy Stephenson, and many other senior staff and dignitaries joined us to honor the incredible accomplishment of 15 Transit Award recipients and 39 Safe Driving Award recipients. Even Mayor Sutcliffe surprised us during the lunch and paid his respects to our winners. Each month, we recognize an employee, or more than one employee in some cases, who go above and beyond the call of duty to help someone in need. Some examples from last year include assisting customers in need during frigid winter conditions, sheltering passengers to avoid assaults, being first responders to medical emergencies, and reuniting lost children with their parents. These employees are wonderful people with big hearts, and they often pull the well-being of others ahead of themselves. At the ceremony, we also announced the Transit Employees of the Year, who were operators Ludwig and Gursharan. I would like to read their story in full. On August 11th, operator Ludwig saw a man lying on the side of the road near Vincent Massey Park. The man appeared to have suffered a severe stab wound. Operator Gursharan also noticed the man and stopped to assist. Operator Gursharan grabbed the first aid kit from the bus, and the operators applied a bandage for compression and then wrapped the man in a short blanket. Both operators stayed with the man until emergency services arrived on the scene. A big thank you goes out to operators Ludwig and Gosharan for their incredible actions. You can visit octranspo.com to read all the recipient stories. The Safe Driving Awards program recognizes bus operators who reach career milestones in driving. Employees must have at least 1,000 hours during the previous year without an at-fault accident. 39 operators were honored for reaching 20, 25, 30, 35 years of safe driving. 5 of the operators were recognized for driving more than 35 years without at-fault accident, including 1 operator with 44 years, the longest active safe driving record of any active employee. Nous sommes très, très fiers de lui. These operators are an inspiration to other operators and staff members, to all of us. Next slide, please. You can see here the photo of all the recipients. Next slide, please. I'm very excited to announce that there will soon be new and convenient ways to pay on Paratranspo. We are on track to have new smart card fare readers installed on all Paratranspo minibuses and contracted taxis by the end of this month. Once installation is complete, Paratranspo customers will have more options to pay for the fare, including a Presto card, a credit card, or a mobile wallet on a smartphone. Customers with Presto cards will be able to pay their fare easily, whether they are using a monthly pass or the stored value e-purse. Payment by credit card and mobile wallet will only charge a regular adult fare, but not any type of discount. The option to pay with a debit card will be introduced later this year. Customers will still have the option to pay for their trips with cash or the Para Pay account. We are very pleased with the progress of this customer enhancement, and we think our customers will be pleased as well. We will communicate the launch to members of Council and Paratranspo customers through our regular communications channels in the coming weeks. This does not extend to conventional buses yet. We are working towards offering customers the ability to pay for fares with credit cards and mobile wallet in the future. We will provide more information in advance of the launch. I'm also pleased to announce that we will be launching our 2022 bus route review on April 27, which will include a customer survey. We will be doing councilor briefings in advance to provide more details on the project. The bus route review will engage transit customers, councilors, customer advocacy groups, major employees, and other stakeholders through consultation, including the customer survey previously mentioned and open houses across the city. We will be coming out and speaking with you directly. A robust communications and consultation plan will support the route review. Based on the bus route review findings, staff will recommend appropriate changes to service standards and the bus route network to Transit Commission and Council, and an update will be provided by the end of this year. Bus route changes to connect with stage 2 or train extensions will be implemented as the rail extensions open. I received an email from Councillor Brockington on that yesterday, so I'm very glad to announce that to you, Councillor. A memo with additional information will be provided probably this week. I know I've said this before, but it's very important that we hear from our customers so that we can continue to adjust and improve our services. Customer feedback is critical, and it's something we take very, very seriously. Right now, Transpo is participating in 2 international customer satisfaction surveys provided by the International Bus Benchmarking Group, IBBG, and the community of Metro, Comet. These surveys are conducted every year by transit agencies around the world And the results provide information that helps transit agencies improve their services. The surveys include questions about reliability, security, ease of use, and other service factors. Customers are welcome to answer both the train and bus surveys. We are promoting these surveys on octranspo.com, transit information screens, and our social media accounts. They will both be available until April 30th. At our last Transit Commission meeting, I provided an update on a phone survey of current customers and Ottawa residents generally. We have received the results of the survey by Nanos and will be bringing the findings to you once the analysis is complete. The final survey I would like to touch on today is an internal communications survey. Last year, we launched our first internal communications survey to all OC Transpo employees. In order to have an engaged and fulfilled workforce, and one that feels valued, you need to know how they prefer to communicate with. Over 730 employees filled out our internal survey and provided over 100 pages of open-ended responses. C'est vraiment incroyable. Honnêtement, j'ai rarement vu un aussi grand.
It was a very high level of participation for an internal survey. It proves that our employees are engaged, they want to be heard, and I'm very satisfied of the result of this survey.
High rates of response from frontline employees. Some of the consistent things we heard include communications from direct supervisors are greatly valued. Many employees prefer email, and respondents said they want in-person interactions with management. Adding new communications and feedback channels will be beneficial. Je suis très fière aussi de dire que je me fais un honneur d'aller très souvent.
It's also an honor for me to go and visit the employees in the workshop. This is a very reliable source of information for me.
We have committed to the following. An internal communications team is now the point of contact for all employee engagement efforts. We are in the process of conducting a review of how we can provide more specific, useful, and targeted information to employees. We are committed to implementing additional communication channels for employee information and feedback. We are giving managers new tools so that they can speak directly to employees, and we are finding more ways to connect with employees directly and in person. Our employees are and always be our greatest asset. We will continue to improve our internal communications to ensure they are heard. I'm also happy to announce that our bus operator recruitment efforts are still going strong and that our bus operator pool continues to grow. Just this month, we'll see 40 more new bus operators graduate and hit the road to provide our customers with more safe and reliable service, and 2 classes totaling 48 trainees will start this month. We are also expecting to see 20 new bus operators hired by the beginning of May. We have more information of our 2022 recruitment campaigns and hiring targets later in this presentation. Next slide, please. Yesterday, I sent a memo to council about 2 upcoming partial O-Train Line 1 weekend closures, one in late April and one in early May, which I want to go over briefly today. These closures are due to necessary maintenance assessment of the tunnel. The first is from Saturday, April 29th to Sunday, April 30th. And the second is from Saturday, May 6th to Sunday, May 7th. Line 1 will continue to run between Pasteur and Parliament stations in the west and between Herdman and Blair stations in the east during these timeframes. And errand bus replacement service will run frequently between Herdman and Lyon stations to meet ridership requirements. Regular train service will resume at 5 a.m. on both Monday, May 1st and Monday, May 8th. This work must occur for Rideau Transit Group to assess the scope of repairs that are required to prevent water infiltration in sections of the tunnel. I just want to precise here that it's under the warranty. We will communicate with customers in advance for sure through various channels, including a public service announcement, customer alerts, social media updates, signage at Line 1 stations, and on octranspo.com. This type of regular planned maintenance is common for underground tunnels. We do not interrupt our service lightly. This work is an important investment to ensure the long-term reliability of the system. I would like now to invite Nicolas Trouchon, who is the Rideau Transit Group Chief Executive Officer, to speak a little bit about the work that we have to do those 2 weekends. Nicolas, please. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Madam Amilcar. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. Just wanted to do a couple of introductory comments to provide a bit of background on what we're trying to achieve with those 2 closures. Number one, I'd like to emphasize that the tunnel is one of the most complex pieces of our infrastructure to maintain over the next 30 years. As for any other tunnels, the tunnel's been designed to manage water and water leaks through the drainage through the drainage system, as water leaks are expected and normal and common for a tunnel. However, some of the tunnel sections have seen water leaks above the expected levels, especially around Rideau Station and extending towards the east all the way up to the east portal, which is just before the University of Ottawa station. We've done over the last 3 years a number of campaigns to do injection to control the water infiltration. However, these injection campaigns have just moved the problem to other locations. Working with our external experts, we've identified that the problem needs to be looked at more at the waterproofing membrane level, which sits outside of the tunnel lining. I'd like to emphasize that this is not a safety issue. It's our objective is to preserve the asset and whatever implication this may have over the system reliability over the next few years. We've developed a comprehensive strategy with the assistance of our external experts, which we will be deploying starting at the end of this month. I've invited our expert, David Rowe, who's Senior Tunnel Engineer with Dr. Sauer and Partners, that we have engaged to assist with this issue, to walk you through a couple of slides that we have assembled to provide a bit of background for this group. David?
Hello. All right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Just want to make sure I had to switch out to the panelist group there. All right. Thank you. So yeah, thanks for that introduction. My name's David Rowe. I'm Senior Tunnel Engineer at Dr. Sauer and Partners. And we're engaged to provide some solutions for the leak issues that we have in the tunnels. What I'm going to describe today is one portion of this staged approach. So the section that's highlighted there, phase 1. And the intention here is to do some investigation in these first weekends, narrow down our problem to better identify it, and then target that area in a later subsequent stage. So if we go to the next slide here, we'll describe the problem. Just to give a bit of background here, it is quite a difficult problem to describe in words. So we have an image here to illustrate the issue, what we think is happening and what we're going to confirm on those weekend shutdowns. So based on what's happened before, we see some travel the waterproofing remediation material, and that's leading us to believe that there are some elements of the waterproofing system that may be compromised or not properly embedded. So we're doing some checks on those elements. The reason for that is because oftentimes typical problems like this happen where there's a system in place that's meant to minimize the amount of water travel behind that lining. And when you don't properly fill that gap, especially in the crown and the upper portion of the tunnel, you have a conduit for water, and you only see those leaks happen where there's a weakness in the concrete, and that may not be the same location where there's damage in the waterproofing membrane. So the first step is to confirm this assumption, and with that, we do a bit of investigation there on multiple aspects. So if we go to the next slide here, a bit of a overview of all the activities that are going to happen. Part of this trial section is split up into 2 weekends. One weekend we do some testing, communication, make some observations, and on the second weekend we implement some actions and we seal that area in the top. Based on that work, we will confirm our assumptions and better target when we go for a longer shutdown to complete the full area and hopefully put an end to the leaks. So we have this staged approach, and we're confident that taking it in these steps, we'll be able to solve the problem in a more strategic, methodical way. And I believe that was the last slide. I don't think we have one more, but we have a company intro here. We also, je pense penser aussi, on a
I can speak French too. We have the presentation in French. I understand it very well, better than I can speak it. But if you have questions in French, I can definitely answer you. Merci.
Madame Amilcar, over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Rowe et Monsieur Truchon. Je vous remercie
Thank you,
beaucoup.
Mr. Rowe, Mr. Truchon. It's important for me today to present these experts because I owe this to the customers. We'll be closing the service, the tunnel, for 2 weekends, but it's important. Everything is under warranty. And when we talk about reliability, you know, we have to invest in reliability. And that's a good message to give to the clients.
Finally, on Wednesday, April 5th, we experienced a significant event that led to a service disruption to Line 1. Despite our early precautions, 5 vehicles were immobilized during the morning peak, and customers were safely escorted to the nearest station. Given the conditions and to ensure safety, errand bus replacement service was deployed. To support our customers, we deployed additional staff and signage to affected stations. We provided updates across all our communication channels. This included social media, direct text messages to our customers, and our website. For sure, I know that we still have room to improve. Our team has reviewed our response. Additional guidance has been provided to rail operators to ensure that customers on trains are frequently informed and updated. Our social media team is also reviewing its response messaging to ensure timely responses are provided. We apologize for the inconvenience this incident caused our customers. LRT Group is still working on their investigation into the cause of this disruption, and council will be provided with this information once the investigation is complete. I said that earlier anyway. During today's meeting, we will be walking you through a presentation on how we respond to O-Train Line 1 service disruptions. That presentation was planned before the April 5th weather event, and it underscores the importance of our errand bus replacement service. I would now like to pass things over to Lisa Bishop-Spencer, our Director of Transit Strategic Communications and External Relations. Next slide, please, Lisa.
Hi, everyone. This microphone was yellow and now it's red, so I'm assuming it's working now. Okay, terrific. I'm new, and I'm really glad to be here. So thank you for welcoming me. And thank you, Renee, for giving me the parole, as you will. Back in February, we advised Transit Commission of our very ambitious goal to hire another 360 bus operators and rail operators by the end of 2023. On top of hiring more operators, we're also going to be hiring an additional 20 para-transpo bus operators. And as Renee already mentioned, we are expected to meet this target by the beginning of May, which is good news for us. We are also planning to hire up to 50 customer service representatives and up to 80 new maintenance employees. Our recruitment team is working very hard to meet these targets. And since the beginning of this year, approximately 350 interviews have already taken place. That number keeps growing every day. Our recruitment process is very robust and has many, many steps to ensure that we find the best candidates possible. So to keep that momentum going, we have new and refreshed promotional creative that we're very excited about. And as you can see on this slide, it highlights how our amazing people, these are our people, drive our city forward and how a career in transit is a rewarding one. You'll soon start seeing this creative in advertisements on buses, in bus shelters, billboards, social media, and in more places as well. Next slide, please. As we look ahead to the transition to service on our extended O-Train network, we're building a new communication strategy for launch. We're going to be creating an information campaign to educate and build excitement with customers about changes to the bus and rail system. That'll include social media, web content, community outreach activities, and events. It's important to note that this is part of a larger strategy that's in development right now to improve communications, as Councillor Lowe had said, and start to build on that public trust piece. That's so important for us now. We're going to be providing more information. This is just kind of a teaser, this slide. And we'll be providing more information at a committee meeting in May, and you'll get to see our campaign and our strategy and move forward a little bit there. At this time, I'd like to send the spokespersonship over to Paul Trebuta, our Chief Safety Officer.
Thank you, Lisa. Next slide, please. Chair and members of the Transit Commission, I'm Paul Trebuta, the Chief Safety Officer for OC Transpo. At the last Transit Commission meeting on 3 March, Councillor Menard requested more information on the OC Transpo employee injuries from 2022. Avant de répondre à cette demande d'information,
before answering this request, look at the top left corner of the slide. These are the data collected to monitor our performance in terms of safety of employees and clients based on the objective of our safety management system, SMS. Regarding employees' injuries, we've recorded 69 incidents last month and 134 since the beginning of the year, which means that there were 65 incidents in February. As for client injuries, we noted a reduction of injuries requiring medical care for 1 million trips. In January, that rate was at 1.28 injury for 1 million trips. And since the beginning of the year, after 2 months, The rate is now at 1.11 injury for 1 million trips.
Now, please cast your eye to the bar graph labeled 2022 Employee Occurrence Reports. I will now address Councillor Menard's request for more information on the types of injuries for our employees in 2022. So in 2022, in total, there were 740 employee injuries. These employee occurrences happened on transit property, with the majority occurring while operating a bus and while working in the garages. All reported injuries include those requiring first aid, medical attention with no lost time, and medical attention with lost time. So as a result, this chart does not provide an indication of the severity of the injuries. The database is owned by the Workplace Safety Insurance Board and classified by Human Resources and the Safety and Compliance Unit within the City of Ottawa. My Safety Standards Investigation and Reporting Unit reviews all of these occurrences with the goal of identifying any emerging trends that could generate a safety communication and awareness for the entire organization. Key takeaways, though, from this graph show that the top 3 injury categories are those involving an employee being struck or caught by something. The second one is as a result of overexertion. And the third one is assault. Other significant categories include the slips and trips type of injuries and traumatic or stressful events. Year over year, the struck/caught by something injury category continues to remain the highest among all the injuries that employees incur. As a final point on this slide, I would like to draw your attention to the upcoming Safety and Health Week on the 1st to the 6th of May, 2023. This year's theme is Together, we can create safe workplaces and communities. And now I'd like to pass the floor to my colleague, Scott LeBerge. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Merci, Paul. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président et le Conseiller.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
In the following slides, we'll review the February 2023 performance indicators. Next slide, please. On this slide, it shows a snapshot of our monthly performance measures for February. In upcoming slides, we'll review each metric in greater detail. As you can see, our customer service call center phone response time averaged a 4-minute and 39-second wait time to speak with our customer service agents in February. For Transpo, February on-time performance was at 91%. Transpo ridership continues to see a strong return to pre-pandemic levels and was at 81% and is in line with our ridership estimates. For conventional bus and O-Train, service delivery for O-Train Line 1 and conventional bus was at 97%. As you heard through the 2023 budget process, conventional estimated ridership profile shows the year starting at 65% and ending at 75%, with an average estimated annual return to pre-pandemic ridership of 70%. In February, conventional ridership returned to 63% of pre-pandemic levels. Next slide, please. Transpo on-time customer pickup performance was 91% in February. This is the percentage of customers picked up on time during their 30-minute pickup window. During the month of February, there were 8 days where we registered poor weather conditions. These days have a direct impact on trip cancellations and delayed arrivals, impacting our customer pickup performance. Next slide, please. This chart shows the amount of time that someone needs to wait when calling to book a Paratranspo trip. The increase in Paratranspo's telephone booking line responses from January to February are attributed to an 8% increase in call volume, making February our busiest month on the phone queues since 2019. As noted earlier, during the month of February, there are 8 days that we registered poor weather conditions impacting trip cancellations for both conventional and Paratranspo bus service and delayed arrivals as well. This led to a higher number of calls and more complex inquiries through the call center, increasing our call handling time. We are still sitting well below our threshold response time of 15 minutes. Next slide, please. In February 2023, Paratranspo saw 76,300 trip reservations through the customer center and online. 7.1% of February reservations were made online with My Paratranspo. These are represented here as the orange portion of the bar chart. This marks a small increase from January 2023 online bookings. We continue to educate and encourage customers to use our online booking tool. Next slide, please. On this chart, well, I'll have to just go, the slides aren't quite aligned. We'll just go back one on On this chart, you can see the Paratranspo ridership monthly totals in thousands of customer trips. The red line represents 2019 pre-pandemic conditions. The gray line is the 2023 estimated budgetary Paratranspo ridership profile. The gray colored bars are the 2022 monthly ridership data for comparison. The black bar is the February 2023 Paratranspo ridership at 55,800 trips, which is above the budgetary ridership profile. Ridership continues to increase from the same period last year and is just 13,000 trips less than pre-pandemic in February 2019. We continue to see a strong Paratranspo ridership recovery. Next slide. Up slightly from January, feedback from Paratranspo customers averaged 1.9 complaints per 1,000 trips. We continue to experience service delivery feedback, the dark blue portion, holding relatively steady. In February, we received more calls than the previous month regarding safety and security, indicated by the yellow bar and the gray bar. Although there was a slight increase from the previous month, significant improvements have been made in both of these areas. We're seeing a 33% reduction in safety-related complaints and a 75% reduction in fare-related complaints in comparison to the same period last year. In 2023, we continue to strive to improve the Paratranspo customer experience. Next slide. This slide shows the Paratranspo fare revenue that is tracking in the same way as our ridership shown in the previous slide. Paratranspo generated $158,300 in fare revenue in February 2023, and above what was forecasted in the 2023 budget. So at the end, we're at the end of the Paratranspo section, and I'll now hand over to my colleague, David Barkley, Associate Director, Transit Service Delivery and Rail Operations, to share additional details on our conventional bus and O-Train performance indicators. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Morning, committee. As we look past over the past 13 months of performance on the LRT line, there have been many strong months that we've seen reliability increasing. Au cours de 13 derniers mois de performance, il y a eu de nombreux mois avec une forte fiabilité. Generally speaking, when we look at this graph, next slide, please. When we look at this graph, we want to see this line kind of as flat as possible. So when we're looking at this, it's plotting our service reliability across the months for the last 13 months. What you can see from February, we're sitting at 97%, and into March, we're at 99%. We want to be as close to 100% so that this line is as flat as possible. The flatter the line, the greater consistency and reliability for our customers. So since March of last year, 9 of the 13 months are above 98% service delivery. We continue to see improved reliability on a day-to-day and a month-to-month as we look back and continue to do work on the LRT. Next slide, please. On the conventional bus side, what you'll see on the service delivery is we have, in March, we're up to 98%. Our goal is 99.5%. And over the winter, we've been experiencing a positive trend in our service delivery, largely as a result of our continued efforts to stabilize service and as a result of our robust recruitment campaign that Madame Almacar previously referenced. Service delivery remains high. However, we know there's more work to do to achieve our target of 99.5%. In the next diagram, we'll break out the items that impact our 99.5% target in a bit more detail as we discussed at the last commission. Dans le diagramme suivant, nous détaillons un peu plus en détail les éléments qui ont impact sur notre objectif de 99,5%. Next slide. What you see here on this slide is we're showing you February data. So it's looking back into February and what it's doing to kind of outline what impacts us on reaching our 99.5% service reliability for bus. So what you see here in February, we were at 97.2 service delivery, and it was impacted by 3 main items. Operator shortages, which is a primary area. So not having enough operators to on the street and running to our schedule. On-street adjustments, and on-street adjustments is essentially the impact of what we've seen in the increase of traffic on our roads. The increase in traffic has a daily impact on all of our schedules and in obtaining our routes. The other part that typically we see is also mechanical breakdowns. Mechanical breakdown makes up a portion of the impact. And over the winter, we see that variability as we see the various types of weather and the impact it has on our buses as they operate on a daily basis, whether that's we've had freeze thaw, cold weather, the changes. So to reach our goal of 99.5%, we've implemented a number of items for 2023 to assist in closing that gap and getting from 97 to 98% that we have to getting to 99.5. And again, those are staffing of new operators, as we've discussed, with a target of 360 new operators this year. 38 drivers will graduate tomorrow and be on the streets after that. And we have a number of additional operator classes to carry out to reach our target this year. Adding additional runtime to the schedule is one thing that's happening at the end of with the next schedule we're rolling out in the end of April. The adding a time into the schedule is to help balance out that traffic that we're seeing. So that's going to help on routes that we can start to have more time built into that schedule. The other one is to increase our fleet reliability through our planned maintenance, and kind of watching for our trends in the weather and the impacts that that's having on our bus fleet. And we see that consistently with wet conditions over the winter is those changes. So this is kind of in response to some questions last month, is just to kind of show that breakout of where we see the majority of our impacts on a daily basis on the street. So that's the average over the month of February. Next slide, please. So when we look at ridership, as Scott mentioned, we've seen increases in ridership on O-Train and conventional buses, and we've seen that trend over the last year. While it remains below pre-pandemic levels, the red line that's across the top of the chart, if you look at the estimated, the black budgeted line, you can see that we are still continuing to see improvements in trips, and we're reaching 5.3 million customer trips in February. Which is a significant increase compared to the 3.4 million customer trips the same time last year. Next slide, please. Following the same as we look at the fare revenue and we continue to observe the similar trends to ridership. So month over month, there's been an increase in fare revenues. Fare revenue for the month of February reached $11.4 million, an increase over January 2023. So we can see that again continuing to increase. So February over January is again a slight increase. The return to the office for the federal office staff is still occurring and will influence this number in the upcoming months. So I thank you for that, and we are open to questions.
Chair, if I can just ask Mr. Bello to go on slide 11. I noticed a slight error. My apologies for that. I reviewed everything yesterday, but I missed that. So the service delivery and the for the train and the buses, those indicators are for March. So we can see on page 11. I'll wait for that. No, okay, sorry for that. 15, sorry. I don't have the right. Okay, yep, here we go. So the line one here, we have 99%. This is for March. And in February, we were at 97. My colleagues said the right thing, but I just wanted to make sure that it was clear for us as well, because this slide didn't say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We have one delegation with us today, so we'll go to our delegations before we go to questions for staff. John Reddens is with us today online, I believe. Yes.
I think I'm here.
Good morning, John. We can hear you.
Good. Say hello to Scott. I saw him walking in the background there. Here we go. Let me start here. Good morning. I feel privileged to make public presentations over the years. At times I have feeling discouraged that I'm not listened to. Last week you commented on people's lack of involvement. Some of you send mixed messages. You don't want public input on other committees, especially if it's negative. Before I moved to Ottawa, I was on committees of council. You know what? Nothing's changed. I saw an article who plans to spend on marketing. All the money in the world to market your product will not bring customers back. I worked for 18 years in the automotive sector, the parts and service industry. When I moved to Ottawa, I worked for a Saturn dealer, which the owner was a former OC Transpo bus driver. The manufacturer slogan was customers for life. If you deliver a great service, they won't leave you. Are we doing that for conventional? Are we doing that for LRT? Are we doing that for para? Para. No survey for para. You have two other surveys there, but there was no survey for them. Presto for guests on your trips is a frustrating experience. Today we found out about the Presto machines. The machines are installed that were that people with disabilities don't have the independence attached to the scanner themselves. There's a 6-inch gap in the cab chassis and they have to reach over about approximately 2.5, 3 feet for the machine to access. They want their independence. You have to look at the location of where that is. Conventional reliability, ghost bookings, threat of cuts. LRT breakdown. R1's service telling customers to load up here, get on a train here, then get back onto R1 service on the same trip. Is that a good service? And camera, how ridership and taxpayers' money is being spent. What are the legal costs? What is the part of the shortfall? You had a great session on the motion about the purchase of new buses. That's the way it's supposed to work. Why can't we have that about LRT discussions? It isn't the bureaucrats' money. It is the corporation shareholders, taxpayers, and the ridership. Mr. Leeper made a comment on the new relationship between staff and our LRT just lately. The relationship between customers and staff has been damaged. When are we going to see that through council? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, John. Are there any questions for John? John did raise a couple, a number of things there, and perhaps councillors will address those with staff as we go to staff questions today.
Thank you.
For raising this, John, and it's always good to see you.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll move to questions for staff, and I'm going to try to go in the order I see it on the hands up on the Zoom screen here. Councillor Tierney, you're up first.
Thank you, Chair Gower. I think we have a lot of challenges ahead of us right now, and I appreciate the work that we're doing on this right now. I don't know if this is the appropriate venue for it, but after our last storm, where we saw the electricity stop, I feel I have to ask this question. When are we getting a diesel tug? I think it's very important. You can't depend on electrified rail to pull trains back into our station to deal with the situations. And forgive me, Chair, if this is the inappropriate venue for it. I'll save it for the LRT subcommittee. I just don't know where to put this because it's something I've heard time and again.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate, Councillor Tierney. There's not a root cause analysis necessarily fully available for last week's outage, but general questions about where mitigation updates are at. I think it's a fair question.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for the question, Chair. As our director, Mr. Holder, had presented, the non-electric recovery vehicle is part of the working group and is being looked at as part of a short / long-term mitigation. There is a process to be able to obtain that vehicle, and that is being looked at with our maintainer.
Thank you, Matt. I truly appreciate that. It says Matt on the screen. I apologize if that's not your name. You don't know in the virtual world who people are these days. That being said, can we depend on the fact that this will take place before the next winter season, because we're going to have 28 degrees tomorrow. So I'm less concerned about the weather, more concerned about ensuring we have this diesel tug before the next winter season.
Thank you for that question, Chair. I will take that back to the working group. That is the goal that we are trying to reach, but that is a decision for the maintainer to have to be able to procure another vehicle to do that. But that is a high priority for us as part of the working group.
And do we have the ability to be able to force them to be able to ensure that we have that diesel tug? I feel this is a major situation that could have helped us over the last couple of years. Electrified, look, everyone loves the environment, but we're running into situations where when there's no power, we have to be able to deal with this. And I dealt with it very closely in my own community. Do we feel that we'll be able to get that diesel tug? I need assurances on this one. I'm going to be very strong on this because I think that could have saved us a lot of concern and allowed us to repair the lines where there were situations.
Chair, this is one of the things that we ask, and we will make sure that we'll get it.
Thank you. And the other situation, and forgive me, Chair, if I'm off base, Councillor Gower, we're quite good friends. I just want to make sure I'm on par. Are we looking at, let's face it, it's a small segment of line where it's above a water area where the misting creates problems on the line. Are we looking at, and I've done some Googling, yeah, I know, Dr. Google, but I've looked at heated lines, I've looked at possible canopies in areas. Is this something that we're actually really looking at right now for that small segment? It's always the same area where we have problems. Are we looking at this right now and how we can investigate this and put a solution in place before the next winter season?
Chair, I have Mario Guerra online, so I would like him to comment on that question, please.
Wait, merci.
The name? What's the name of the staff person again? We're not quite sure. What's Mario? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Glenn.
Coming online now, Chair.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, thank you for the questions, Mr. Chair. So the working group is, maybe I'll address the diesel recovery vehicle first. We are looking at one, but one of the things that we need to look at is the envelope of our system to make sure that it fits within that envelope. And that'll dictate whether we can buy something that's off the shelf or something that needs to be specially purposed for our system. So that's that. The other question around that specific area that's of concern where we do see ice, we are looking at through our working group at a possible heat sink or something that we can do in that specific area to help mitigate and prevent the ice buildup. So both are being looked at through the working group currently. And yes, the goal is absolutely to try and get this in place before next winter.
Thank you, Mario. I truly appreciate that because I truly believe we actually do have a world-class system that is doing a terrific job. I think it's the fact that we have to deal with the diesel tug situation, which is a major issue in my mind. So we need to address that. And line heaters for that small segment. It's about 1 kilometer. It's over that water area. But that I'm not an expertise in any of this area. But that's a lot of the feedback I'm receiving from people in my community and experts in the industry. I've spoken to people across Canada with my work with FCM. And I think if we can address those issues, we're going to have greater success. But anyway, I truly appreciate your answers today. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Amical, I would like to start with the ice storm and the trains that were stalled on the track. There were a number of concerns about the lack of any communications with passengers on the train. I would like to understand what the procedures are to provide passengers with up-to-date, consistent information during a shutdown like this. I want to know who called the Ottawa Fire Service to basically rescue passengers from the train on the Lees Bridge. When did that call happen? Why was that call made? Are they the first responders to come? I need to have a much better understanding of how long do we wait before we rescue passengers from the train in an incident like this, what criteria goes into that decision. But there's a lot of unanswered questions about how we communicate with passengers, particularly who are on the trains. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask Troy, who's in charge of the TOCC. He will walk you through what happened and what we had put in place since that time.
Thank you, Madame Ambercar, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. Recognizing, it was a fairly extreme event, and we did have multiple trains that became immobilized in fairly short order. So it was a challenging situation for everyone. But recognize that there's areas for improvement in terms of communication with our customers. We did hear complaints of at least one of the vehicles. Customers weren't receiving regular updates, and they were on that train for an extended period of time. So I want to start off by acknowledging that that's not in line with our expectations to communicate with our customers, both in stations, on trains, and then as well through all our other communications, alerts, and social media and those types. And I'll touch upon that a little bit in the upcoming presentation. So as I mentioned, we did have, up to five trains became immobilized in a very, very short period of time. When we have a train that stops, our first priority in the control center is to always try to get that train back to a station. That's the safest, best place for customers to be able to alight the vehicle and continue on their journey, whether with a train going in the opposite direction or on the bus. If we can't get a train back to a station, we ask our operators on those vehicles to provide updates to the customers. But first and foremost is we're trying to get that train moving. It is not an ideal situation at any time to have our customers get off the vehicle on the guideway and either walk to a bus or walk back to the station. That's something we try to avoid. We always want to try to get them to a station. And so there is a period of time in which our operator will be troubleshooting with the technicians, may even wait for a technician to attend to the train, because while the technician's en route, our operator is troubleshooting over the radio with our control center staff and with RTM's technicians. They'll also be dispatching a technician to attend to that train as well too. So, we would ask customers to be patient for that period of time in which we're trying to troubleshoot it. But if it becomes evident really, early on that train won't be able to move, then we start initiating the plans to transfer customers or evacuate customers from that train, that vehicle. In those situations, we assess the situation. Are there any customers on board with mobility impairments? Is there any extenuating circumstances like slippery surfaces, ice event? And we also look at the location where the train is located. If the train is located close to a station or there's no customers with mobility issues, we would always dispatch staff, our special constables, our supervisors who are trained, and they would assist customers in alighting the vehicle and getting to the next safest location. However, as in this specific circumstance, we did have slippery conditions, challenging conditions, and we did have some vehicles with customers with mobility issues. So in those situations, that's when we reach out to our control center, would reach out to our emergency response providers, namely fire services, to come in and assist. And that's what we did in this case. The timelines for when we make those calls, they do vary a little bit from time to time. I mean, there's situations in which we know a vehicle won't be able to move in very short order. And then there's other times in which, we're trying to troubleshoot to get that vehicle back to a station, get it to a station or get it moving again so that we don't have to inconvenience our customers in that way. I think I might have touched upon all the key points there, but if I missed something, please let me know.
Excellent. Thank you. Is it standard procedure, though, for an operator to keep customers up to date about what's going on?
That is our expectation, is that, whether it be on a vehicle or in stations, we provide regular updates to our customers. We're making some adjustments to our standard operating procedures to further clarify that, both in the control center. So our control center providing frequent updates to the operators, and then the operators providing frequent updates to customers. And even if the operator doesn't have a substantive update, it's important to keep the lines of communication opening and just, reassure customers, no emergency. Unfortunately, we're still delayed. I'll keep providing you updates as things progress. And so we've updated our operating procedures to further clarify, and we're going to be meeting with every one of our staff members to make sure they understand the importance and the rationale for it as well. And I'm very confident that we'll have buy-in from it. I think it's just it's an awareness perspective, and I think we're taking the right steps to deal with that gap that was identified.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very important to reassure people, first of all, that they are safe, but also what the issue is. If it's an issue with the carriage, or in this case, we've lost power. I'm currently, calling back and forth with a control room. People need to know what's going on. They need that assurance. Just on the issue, to follow up with Councillor Tierney's question about the line itself, and we heard at a previous meeting between Lees and Herdman in particular, there's a unique circumstance. I think the microclimate term was used. Would this further indicate or substantiate the need for some sort of overline protection, like a roof that goes between Lee's Station and Herdman Station in particular. If we know, in addition to freezing rain, that we're going to have greater accumulations of ice on the line because of this microclimate, whether that is an option being considered in addition to that heating option that we just heard in the answer.
Chair, I think it's just a little bit early to conclude that, but those are good, very, very good ideas for sure. We will need to make sure first what happened in January and what happened last week, because we know that in January it was particularly effectively between Herdman and Lee's. Unfortunately, last week we had 5 immobilized vehicles, and it was unfortunate, and definitively we will need to know what happened exactly to be able to take the right decision. And even if I don't have all the answers for the next council, we'll come here and we'll keep you updated, because it's very, very important for us, and it's important for our customers as well, for sure. And we want to make sure that we'll take the right decision to fix the problem. If you can recall, last time we said that we will need maybe to increase the number of scrapper, and we did that. And unfortunately, we failed. So we have to make sure that the decision that will, specifically if it's a final fix, we will need to make sure that it will work.
Thank you. My next question is about the tunnel repair work. You call it, in your memo, you call it regular maintenance. I don't think this is regular maintenance. There is a defect to the waterproofing lining, as our staff pointed out in their presentation. That appears in my mind that there's a defect with the workmanship that has gone into this, and the waterproofing has been compromised. There is a very important communications piece for OC Transpo today to clearly communicate to the public what the issue is. People have called into question the safety of the tunnel when there's water in the tunnel, and I accept that in many cases water is normal. I'm certainly not a geological engineer, but when we have a presentation today that talks about sort of a defect in that workmanship and what has to be done over 2 weekends, we have to be very clear with the public what the issue is, what work is going to be undertaken to fix this, because safety, of course, is the number one issue that we're all focused on, but also making sure that the message is clear and to the point is very, very important. We have shut down the line summer after summer to do work. And I'm just wondering if we can piggyback as best we can work that needs to be done with a shutdown, so that if this work has to be done at the downtown station, whether anything else can be done at the same time to ensure that we lessen the amount of needed shutdowns this year in particular. Is there any other work that can be done, or is this strictly, as your presentation points out, only focused on the waterproofing issue?
Thank you, Chair, and I will ask either Nicolas or Mario to complete my answer. First, I want to say that that's exactly the reason why I asked Mr. Rowe to come here today to explain exactly the complexity of the work and why we have to do it. It's not safety related. This is clear, and I'm confident on that. However, we know that we have to do that to avoid ice buildup in the tunnel and to avoid operational problems during the winter. Yeah, it's under the warranty, so we can call it, we can give it the name that we want to, but I want you to know that we'll take those opportunities, those 2 weekends, to do other jobs, maintenance job, OCS repairs, it's a good example. So we are trying to maximize the time that the tunnel will be closed to make sure that we can do our job. Unfortunately, in June, we'll come back with a new memo to announce the regular maintenance, and we will need to grind the track and other things that we will need to do. So maybe, I don't know if it's Nicolas who can jump in, or Mario, just complete my answer, please.
Thank you, Madam Amilcar, Mr. Chair. You know, we have to be pragmatic. No system is maintenance free. So we need to look after the infrastructure to make sure that it continues to be reliable. The situation we have in the tunnel is one that we're treating with the highest level of priority, because if it's not being looked after, that could lead to service interruption down the road, and that's what we want to avoid. In terms of coordinating additional works, we're working, and I'm personally involved, working with RTM and OLRTC to align scheduling of various activities. Some of them can be done in a specific location and can be done concurrently, but we also need to be mindful about safety. And in the case of the two shutdowns we're doing over the weekend, we're being very surgical. We're keeping service going in the west end and service going in the east end. So there's only a certain number of activities that can be carried out during that period of time in the tunnel, and we want to give this our best shot and make sure that we have as much access as we can to get the information that we need so that we can properly execute the remedial measure that we're trying to do here. I don't know, Mario, if you have anything else you want to add.
Nicola, I think that just about covers it. Because we're being very surgical in terms of location, it does not open up the rest of the system to do a lot more. So we will be doing some work, but not as much as we'd be doing in full shutdown. So Nicholas is right on.
Thank you. And I accept the point that regular maintenance is normal on all public transit systems. But for this to happen so early on for a brand new LRT, in my mind, is not normal. So this is not regular maintenance. That's the point I'm trying to make. The chair says I have one last question to squeeze in, and that is about the disturbing statistic of 100 assaults, 100 plus assaults on operators, the number 3 category for injuries on our employees. We had shields installed in our buses over the last few years, and yet we're still having 100 plus of our operators assaulted. What's being done to mitigate, if not eliminate, these assaults? Are passengers being held accountable for these assaults? Do we file police reports? Do the police follow up? Do the police respect the assaults that are happening? Are they actually doing work to follow up? What is happening in this regard? Thank you.
Chair, I think Paul is ready to comment that. I can complete if needed.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Yes, I don't disagree with you, Councillor Brockington. The number of assaults against our employees, our operators, is disturbing. I might remind you, though, that in previous presentation that I believe I showed that actually with the installation of the barriers, the acrylic barriers, there has been a reduction in the number of assaults that have occurred to our operators over the period of the last 2+ years. However, that doesn't begin to make it acceptable that the number of assaults that are occurring are okay. In my mind, we need to absolutely work on strategies that will ensure that our operators are feeling protected in their workplace. And that's an obligation under the Canada Labour Code that we have to ensure that that occurs. Many of our buses, the Nova buses, the newer ones, are equipped with cameras. These cameras have been absolutely vital to us being able to successfully prosecute prosecute violators, people who perpetrate assaults on our employees. So that's helped to get a message out there. I think that is useful and positive to ensure the safety of our operators. However, there is more that can be done. And actually, next month, we will be bringing our new chief of the Special Constable Unit, Tracy McRae, to the Transit Commission to make a presentation on the role of the Special Constable Unit and the types of work that they do and the strategies they employ to continue to assure the safety of not only our operators, but also the public too, because our public, those people who are on the buses who witness those types of assaults also feel the impact of that. And we want to make sure that we do everything that we can to ensure that our transit system is as safe as possible for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to provide some gratitude and recognize the award recipients for TransSecure. Once again, a lot of our operators are kind of the frontline eyes and ears of our city, and when you have a very engaged operator base, they go on and contribute as much as they can to making sure that missing people are found, going above and beyond the call of duty to Call of Duty. They're going above the call of their job to make sure the public is safe beyond what is required of them. So, and then on that note, I note that you said you hired about 500 bus operators last year. And I think some of the improvements in service have shown that we're starting to be able to fill those vacancies in the service that we provide. I do have a question about the percentage of operators that make it to like 6 months or a year, like certain thresholds in their employment. Like, do we lose a lot of those new operators at all within the year because they think the job is not for them, because they do something dumb, or because of other factors?
Thank you, Chair. It's a good question. What we have seen is since last year, I could say, people who are graduated will leave the job because they will say, "Oh, I don't know, it's not for me," because of the condition. You know, they have to work on untypical hours, those kind of stuff. So I don't know if Jim is on call. Maybe he can comment better than I. But it's most we saw that since I would say last year. Jim, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Renee, and thank you, Chair. We do see some graduating classes where we do have roughly 3 to 4 people, sometimes even some classes 5 to 6 people drop out of the class by the time they go through a 6-week training course or so. They say, this just isn't for me. Other ones, there's a 9-month in the collective agreement, there's probationary periods for the operators. And in some cases, you have the unfortunate situation where just certain situations, they just don't make it through their probation period. But generally there is that attrition of people that don't make it through, but in most cases they do. We got a lot of great employees here, a lot of, as you see from the TransSecure ceremonies and that, the results, we got a lot of great operators. So, but we do have that fallout. So we do.
Oh, I might be biased, but no, I think our bus operators are great. Are there any sort of strategies that you might be employing to kind of improve or support, whether the improvement is needed or not, to support retention within our operator pool? And what is, like, factoring in retirements and just people moving around elsewhere within the company or within the city, what is the replacement rate? Say like, for example, you have to hire 2 people to have a net gain of 1. Is there kind of something that's been determined internally?
Chair, we have approximately 9 or 11 people who will get retired per month. So we take that on account on our objective to hire more bus drivers. And what we're doing to retain them, I touched base on that a little bit earlier when I said it's important to hear from them. So we meet our people, we listen to them, and we try to do our best for sure. But and I know that it's a tough job to be a bus driver, unfortunately, because you have to deal with people all the time, and you have to drive during untypical hours, etc. But as Jim said, we have very good drivers and good people who are working with us, and I think we can trust them that they will stay with us, and they will try to achieve our goal with us.
Thank you. So moving on to the performance indicators. In some cases, a bus can be, in some cases, a bus can be delayed to the point where it takes the place of the next bus. So you get two buses showing up. While internally, that's not a cancellation. To many customers, that is basically a missed bus. That's a cancellation, right? Do you ever factor that into reliability standards when putting those together?
Thank you, Chair. When we look at those cancellations, what they're doing is they are trying to build any of those cancellations in as they go. So the control center will look at where the last bus is and the next bus, and then try and ensure that overlap, and making sure that wherever the priority routes are, that we're not impacting those schedules. So it's considered as part of a cancellation would show up if we're taking the whole section of of the schedule for them. So it shows up in those numbers. It may not always be clear because sometimes it's a short section depending on what the reason was for the cancellation or the change.
Okay. And then moving on to, I kind of want to build on Councillor Brockington's points about the operator assaults. Yes, the operator shields have been a very positive addition to the fleet to help protect our operators from assault. But there are a lot of points where operators have to interact with the public outside the bus, relief points, when they're getting to and from their relief point, the garage or wherever else. Do you have any sort of breakdown in terms of where these assaults happen? If it's mostly off the bus, if it's mostly on the bus, is there a differential between those two at all?
Paul?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a very good question. And unfortunately, I don't have the answer immediately available to be able to respond to that. But I'd certainly be happy to go back and go through the data and to identify the location of those particular assaults, whether they're inside the bus or outside of the bus. My suspicion, my initial reaction, is that the majority of those assaults to bus operators are actually occurring inside the bus.
Okay, thank you. Do you mind if I ask a question on behalf of Councillor Hill before I give up my time, or would you like me to come back on? Okay, quick question. What kind of impacts do you foresee with a potential labor issue with the public service?
Chair, it's worldwide, right? So we know that there is a shortage everywhere, but we're very lucky because when I speak with my colleagues, we're lucky to have bus drivers, even if of this shortage. So we continue to work with our campaign, and for now we're not that bad. I'm not saying that we're in good shape, but we're not that bad, and we will continue to work with our teams to try to attract people and to make sure that we can deliver the service.
Okay, I may have worded my question weird, which may have caused you to misinterpret it. I meant there's a possibility that the public service might go on strike. I should have said that instead. There's a possibility the public service might go on strike. So no, this is just a question on behalf of Councillor Hill. Are there any effects that you foresee based on that, other than the very obvious?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. We continue month over month to monitor our ridership. We go back to 2019 when the bulk of the public service started working from home. We saw a huge decline in our ridership. I would expect that any work or labor interruptions with the public service, we continue to monitor ridership, and we may see the impact of that in our ridership numbers.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll come back on for.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, can you hear me okay in there?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you to staff for the presentation today. I guess I have 3 lines of questioning on the tunnel work first. I'm just wondering if it's expected that this work could last longer than the 2 weekends, or are we only expecting the 2 weekends of shutdown for that work?
Chair, we need those 2 weekends to get prepared for the June shutdown.
For the June shutdown, and how long will the June shutdown be?
Chair, I will ask Mr. Rowe or Mr. Truchon to comment on that.
The 2 weekends are dedicated specifically to prepare understand the distance that the water is traveling behind the tunnel lining, and that's going to help us inform the work methods that will need to take place. There's also testing that's taking place to make sure that the measure that we're doing is going to be effective. And that's depending on how much time it takes to deal with specific leaks. That's going to help us derive how much of the June shutdown needs to be dedicated to that piece of work. I'm sorry, I wish I had more definitive answer at this point, Mr. Chair. But right now we understand that the water is traveling between the waterproofing membrane and the tunnel lining, that the breaches in the waterproofing membrane might not be entirely aligned with where we see the water leaking into the tunnel. But so considering that reality, we need the 2 weekends to better understand what distance we're dealing with, and to make sure that when we come in to do the physical work in June, to finish the physical work in June, we have better visibility on productivity, and that's going to help us drive how much time we're going to need to dedicate to this task in June.
Okay, thank you for that. In terms of when that June work might start, I know you can't predict how long it might take, but when might that start, just so our passengers have an idea?
Chair, we'll come with a memo on that, but we didn't finalize everything, but Troy, we have an idea when we should have this shutdown, right?
Yeah, that is correct, Mr. Chair. We're looking at that sort of early to mid-June time period, trying to get the work done is before we get into the peak of the festival season. So early to mid-June is the time period that we're looking at right now. But as Madame Amilcar mentioned and Mr. Truchon mentioned, the next 2 weekends will help inform and finalize. We can finalize that schedule.
Okay, thanks for that. Just want to be clear on there's the 2 weekends, and then there's the further work. So I just appreciate those answers. The smell that's in the tunnel, will this work help to eliminate that? Is that part of the issue? Will we see that reduced as a result of this work?
That's Mr. Chair, that is a good question. I think I'm going to ask maybe to see if our expert from Mr. Rowe has a view on that issue.
I am not aware of that issue. We did one site visit in August of last year. I didn't make any observations on any odors, any strange odors, no.
Okay, tends to come and go, but anyway, helpful to just, there's been a lot of history on that in our city, and so helpful to have that information, I think, come as part of this work. So if we can get an update on that, perhaps in the next commission around that issue. Just helpful, I think, for our residents taking the train that know about that issue well. I also wanted to just touch on the PowerPoint in advance. So thank you to staff for sending that PowerPoint in advance to commission. That was a request of mine last commission meeting, and you've done that. It is really helpful to receive the information to review. Is it also posted publicly on the website as well for the public to see it, or is it just coming to councillors?
My understanding is that yes, it will be published on the city website. So it'll be available at that point, and we'll have the updated version there as well.
Okay, so when councillors receive it a couple days in advance, it'll also be on the website, not after the meeting.
That I don't know the answer to.
Could we ask the clerk's office to clarify publication of the slides, both the draft and the final version, when those are shared?
Mr. Chair, we can post them right after the meeting.
Happy to have them after the meeting, but I guess I suppose what I would suggest to our team here is helpful for the public to see those a couple of days in advance too, for any delegations or folks that may wish to delegate. I think when councillors receive that initial PowerPoint, posting it publicly on our website is also helpful. If I can give that direction, Chair, I think that's a reasonable request.
Well, if we could take it back and discuss with the clerk's office just about process, where it could be posted, how it could be posted, deadlines and so on, might be a bit more of a discussion, but if it can happen, then yes, it should.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I think chairing in general has its own expectations. And I think we should all convene with Rick O'Connor about how we duly chair future meetings. And if we want to make those decisions, I think that is something all chairs should be amenable to.
Thank you, Councillor Turley. I suppose it does have to do with procedure and governance. So Councillor Menard, if you'd be amenable taking this offline, I'm happy to talk to the clerk, and might be a broader discussion that we need to have, but if we can figure out a solution in the short term, we will.
Thanks for that. Appreciate that. Just looking for some transparency on that for the public. On the driver injuries and bus cancellations, just want to thank staff again for more information. I think those are really helpful metrics to have. And it was important to see the breakdown, particularly to reduce the driver injuries that we're seeing. One of the main promises that we had from the last budget, as I saw it, was to reduce cancellations. I think that's a big goal of ours, obviously, with the hiring that we're seeing. So I guess on that side of things, can I just ask that the commission receive monthly the exact number of cancellations for the previous month at each commission, with the top routes canceled? And I ask this just because I think it's a positive story we're going to tell, I hope, about that declining amount of cancellations. This is the biggest complaint I get as a councillor is routes canceled. I'm seeing it on social media or coming in to my email inbox. So on the route cancellation piece, is it possible to get that hopefully good news story, Chair, of showing that declining amount of cancellations per month at commission? I know we see the service percentage levels, but it doesn't tell the whole story. So if we can get the total number of cancellations and it's updated every month, that would be helpful for commission, I think.
Will do.
Thank you very much, Madam Amilcar. On that point, and that was my last point, Chair, is just around the bus trips that are canceled when we're supplying R1 service. I know that in your slides you had a differentiation between planned R1 service versus unplanned R1 service. I'm just wondering how many routes, how many bus trips are canceled on other routes in order to supply the buses on the R1 service for either planned or unplanned? What are we normally seeing in terms of cancellations when that occurs?
Councillor, I'm going to suggest save that question for after the next presentation. So we'll be doing a deep dive into R1, so we can
Will do.
address R1 questions as part of that.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Chair. I'll get back on for that time.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chair. And Madame Amakar, merci beaucoup pour votre présentation aujourd'hui. J'apprécie beaucoup d'entendre.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I really like your updates. I do have some follow-up questions. First of all, you want to improve the service to riders. I'm very happy to hear.
From customers, and I just have three questions, three sort of sub-questions on the survey efforts that are being undertaken. My first is my experience in working with clients that use the OC Transpo system. It's frequently difficult to engage some of those populations that are more dependent on taking OC Transpo in multi-unit residentials or in social housing. And I was wondering if you could speak about any efforts to reach those populations. Secondly, I was wondering with the efforts to increase the ridership of the federal public servants who are, with the exception of the impending strike, who are back in the office a little bit more, if had there been any thought to engaging directly with the federal public service via a survey that could be worked with federal public service with Treasury Board. I know from being a federal public servant for over 20 years that they have a great cascading email system that could be used to survey federal public servants. I definitely have seen an increase, at least in downtown. We see parkades full when you walk the streets, and just wondering if there could be efforts undertaken there. And I'm also wondering, as you're looking, actually, we'll put those two questions together and I'll go to the next one after.
Thank you, Chair and Councillor, for the question. In regards to the surveys, we just received the results from our Nanos survey. That was a telephone survey conducted by Nanos up until receiving a certain number of responses. That survey progressed in regular fashion, where we received good interest from participants looking to answer questions in regards to OC Transpo and the services that we provide. We're currently evaluating the results from that survey to look for opportunities for improvement to bring back to the customers. The next survey that we've got ongoing is through our benchmarking partners. We're seeing a very strong response in regards to the number of respondents that to those surveys. So there is a keen interest in order to provide feedback. That survey is currently still open, so we're looking forward to diving into the details of those responses. And again, look for opportunities to provide improvements to the service that we deliver. To the question around engaging with the public, the government of Canada to launch a survey within their workforce, that's not something that we've looked at just yet, and it's something that we could take away and see if it is indeed possible.
Peut-être que je peux juste compléter en disant que je pense que c'était à la dernière.
Complement of information. I think on the last meeting, we tried to work with the different government orders. We wanted to put some posters, but our proposal was rejected. We're going to keep on insisting and see how we can work with the different government levels.
And can I just confirm, so is a good survey rate for you about 35% plus? Is that what you consider to be? Any idea on that?
I know that Lisa has a lot of experience, and I like her to comment on that, please.
It depends on the kind of survey you're doing. When we're talking about the Nano survey, we actually surveyed over 2,000 representatives, which is statistically a very significant number. A lot of national surveys consider about 1,000 to 1,500 of a statistically significant number. So, so the Nano survey has over 2,000 participants. So we're solid there. The other surveys are more voluntary, and certainly we'll be asking you to help us with the route review survey in order to get the word out to try to get as much participation as we possibly can. So I believe we have over 1,600 responses on the on our partner survey. And that's really good considering that the word's only been been pushed out through our own social media channels. So in terms of statistical representation, we're gonna have to take a look and make sure that we're getting the numbers that we need. But when you talk about response rates to average surveys, usually that's significantly lower. 35% is very, very high for a response rate. Usually you're, under 10% is kind of standard.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, I just going to prioritize my last question first in case I run out of time. It was positive to see how close we're coming to projections and in terms of the uptake in ridership. One thing, I hear from Councillor Brockington's questions about assaults on operators, and it's very concerning. But as we're seeing the uptake in ridership, I guess and I've asked this at the last meeting, I wonder if you could speak a little bit to, fare inspection, and if I believe the fare inspectors are working again. If you could speak to the four of them, I think that's 4 positions, and if they are collecting fare revenue. I guess my concern as, we see that ridership go up. You've also probably got, incrementally, you've got more people that are perhaps not paying fares. And of course, I understand that operators would not want to insist on that, particularly given the climate. But I'm wondering if you could speak to the efforts of the fare inspectors. I don't know that you'd have any statistics on it. And perhaps maybe this is a discussion that can happen next month as well when we have the special constables in, because I would imagine that there's also perhaps a threat to the fare inspectors as well. But anything you can talk to about that too. I have heard concerns from bus passengers that they see folks that just won't pay on the bus. And that is a concern, especially with our current financial situation. If you could provide me any information on that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, Paul is on call and is in charge of those fare inspectors. So Paul, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for your question. That's a very relevant question. Certainly, as part of our standard operating procedure under our program for workplace violence and harassment prevention, we have a particular appendix that is dedicated specifically and targeted to bus operators and others who have interactions with the public. And in the case of bus operators, our expectation is not for bus operators to be challenging customers to collect the fare, because the whole point of the role of the bus operator is to assure the safety of the occupants of the bus and of themselves. And their primary role is to operate that bus in a safe manner as possible. So part of their training, of course, is aimed at ensuring that they do not create an escalating type of environment. Where situations or circumstances warrant and the bus operator feels potentially threatened by an interaction with a client, in particular a client that refuses to pay the fare, then the bus operator can contact the TOCC, and special constables will be alerted. And at some point along the route, the special constable will meet up with the bus, and they'll deal with the situation directly. But as to your point, Councillor Carr, next month we'll be getting, you'll be receiving a presentation here at Transit Commission from our special constable unit. And we'll be sure to include some additional information with respect to the role and the activities of the fare inspectors, which comes under the special constable unit's responsibilities.
Okay, thank you. Do I still have 1 minute? Okay, I'll sneak one more question in. I was pleased to hear about the repairs that will be done, the investigation that will be done at the tunnel, and looking to see what the issues are and timeline for repair. Just a question, after that's done, will there be a timeline that will then be put forward to repair some of the issues at the LRT stations that have come about as a result of the leakage? Like, for example, I think of the peeling paint, the rust, these sort of stuff, if there's someone that can speak to that.
Chair, this is a good question for Monsieur Guerra.
Sorry, button issues, apologies. Yes, Mr. Chair, the opportunity is there for us to do touch-ups in the paint. We're also looking at addressing the leaks in the stations, which is causing a lot of that sort of peeling and crackling and whatnot. So yeah, that's all part of our efforts. So you will see a lot of that work being done during the June shutdown. So yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper.
Oops.
Sorry, I'd put my hand down, then back up so that Lane, Commissioner Johnson go first.
All right, very well. Councillor Johnson.
Good morning, almost good afternoon, everyone. So I was hoping to follow up on Councillor Brockington's questions when it comes to how communications with the public are crafted and released. Using the most recent example of the LRT and the ice storm last week. So I know it's been mentioned that we had a situation where there were some passengers waiting for about an hour on that train. And I appreciated Troy's answer with the different contexts of like what the trains are doing and how they might be redeployed. But I think I heard you say the word we a lot. And so I'm hoping to unpack who we is. So can you please describe for me the established decision-making tree that is in place when you are crafting and releasing information in crisis situations like this?
Thank you very much for the question. I'll focus my portion on the communications to customers that are on the system, and then I'll talk a little bit about the website, the alerts, and those types of things. So when we have a disruption, we need to get the situational awareness, and we do that through our Transit Operations Control Center. So we have a control center that is staffed with supervisors, electric rail controllers, and communications people. And that control center works 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. It's always open. They're always monitoring our service, watching what's going on, and if they need to adjust and adapt, or if they need to communicate things out, they're there to be able to do that. So that's sort of the when I talk about the we, I'm referring to our control center staff working with our comms people. When it comes to a disruption on the rail line, as I said, sort of the decision point is from the control center perspective, they're looking at, okay, we have a stopped vehicle. Okay, what do we do for service? Can we single track around that service, or do we need to be looking at R1 rail implementation service? And I know I'm getting into the next presentation a little bit here. So that's one of the first decision points. Then, as we're determining what service we're going to be able to provide, we're also looking at, and we're troubleshooting that vehicle and looking at, okay, can that vehicle get back to? Is it at a station? If it's at a station, it's easy for our customers to disembark and continue on their way. If it's not at a station, can we get that vehicle moving? Our operator is trying to troubleshoot the issue with the control center and the technicians. And at the same time, the expectation is that operator would provide frequent updates to customers on that train. We really do look at trying to, as I said, try to get that train moving as best possible and get it back to a station. But in the event that can't happen, that's when we need to start elevating or escalating our response. As well, concurrently, what's going on is we have mobile staff that we would deploy to the location. So we would send one of our rail supervisors or maybe one of the other rail operators who is available. We'd ask them to go to the train to help the operator assess, are there, how many people are on the train? How many people might need to be evacuated? Are there any customers with any mobility issues? It's at that time when we do that assessment, we look at, do we need to include, do we need to reach out to our emergency response providers like fire services? to help with an evacuation. While we're doing all that, that's done through the control center and our mobile staff. We're also, trying to communicate as best we can to our customers and keep them informed. We're engaging with our communications team, and they're issuing alerts, messages, updating the website as well for customers who may be trying to come to the network. And we're trying to advise people in advance that there is a disruption and they may need to make alternate arrangements.
Okay, so what I'm hearing from what you're describing is many of the decision points occur within OC Transpo. Does OC Transpo need to liaise with any other offices within the City of Ottawa when it comes to crafting communications responses, or is it at your discretion?
Sorry. Thanks for the question. Generally, when it comes to communicating out to the public, those decisions are made or taken by at the TOCC directly during the situation. There are several scripted and crafted responses that have been developed, and so those are available for the person at TOCC to respond to directly. So they use those to communicate out to the public, ensuring that everything is updated accordingly.
Okay, so there is a complete delegation of authority when it comes to crafting communications and sharing them in crisis situations. There's no other oversight required or checkpoints involved in other areas of the City of Ottawa?
Chair, sometimes when we have to, let's say, send a memo to councillors or to the public, we normally send it first to the city manager's office, example, to make sure that she's aware of what's happening and what we will send out. But normally we have the authority that we need to be able to deal on a daily basis. But sometimes when it's something very, very important, as the last storm, we have to make sure that our bosses are aware of this situation.
Okay, so in the example that you're offering with respect to last week, do you think that some of these levels of authority or the time that it took to go through different levels of authority could have impacted the timeline in which you were able to speak to residents directly?
I think we always have room to improve, and I think next time we'll do better for sure, because sometimes what is just a little bit challenging is we want to send a lot of info on one time, but one of the things that we thought about when we finished the storm last time, it's maybe we should send immediately something to say this happened, more info will come back, instead of waiting to have all the info, which could delay, unfortunately, the time to communicate to you, councillor, or to the media, to the customers, etc. But the customers normally receive the information via our website or Twitter, as my colleague said. But it's the formal information. We think that we can improve this part definitively. Yeah.
Okay, and is there a representative from the city manager's office at the meeting today? I'm at Ben Franklin, so I just can't see. That could answer a question.
We do, Councillor Johnson. The interim city manager herself is here.
Tremendous, thank you.
Wendy is making her way to the table.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Wendy.
Good morning, I'm here, Councillor.
Thanks, Wendy. I just wanted to bring you into the conversation, given that, I think the role of the city manager's office, given the oversight that you play, is part of our understanding of how we make sure that residents are informed in a timely way. And I wonder, from your office, could you explain why your office might require some kind of final sign off on materials, or what you're hoping to skim over before things go out more publicly?
Thanks very much, Chair, through you to answer the question. I think it's important here to talk about the communication that goes out to the riders and the users of the system. That communication went out, as I understand, almost intimately in terms of when R1 service was implemented. There was no delay with respect to that. It's just in terms of communicating with members of council, we want to make sure that we understand what the situation is. And I think in this particular case, we wanted to understand how many trains were impacted, what service was impacted, were there passengers on these trains. We needed answers to those questions to be able to clearly communicate to everybody what the situation was and what the plan of action would be if we knew that at that time.
Okay, well, you know, I appreciate what you're suggesting, and I would offer that maybe a nuance would be required to offer some nimbleness when it comes to communications in a crisis. I would want to know that, you know, all departments are trying to move as quickly as possible. So I wonder, is this typical for your office with OC Transpo specifically, or do you offer this kind of oversight function with many departments as they're releasing information?
We always want to see what's going out, just in the sense of making sure that we understand the impact on the entire city. Each department does not act in terms of its own, I'm going to suggest a silo here, because there could be impacts across all departments. And we want to make sure that everything is lined up in terms of the response that we're providing and the service that we're responding to, and that we're encompassing every part of the city that we possibly can, so we can provide that best response, not only to our residents, but also the best information to council as well.
Okay, well, that sounds like quite a balancing act, you know, when we're trying to look at some agility, but then also create these conditions where we have alignment across all aspects of the city and all implications for the city. So that's, I mean, I'm sure that's quite a juggling act for you. And anyway, we can continue looking at these questions as we move forward. But I think in these types of instances, certainly when, you know, we've got those very vulnerable people, we might consider what a more direct response might be for our clients. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. My colleagues have asked most of the questions. Just one note I took, there was discussion about being able to add more time into the schedule to account for congestion and such. I just want to know if that is at the expense of frequency of service. If you start adding in more time to complete routes in order that they become more reliable, do we have to decrease the frequency with which they run given current resources?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Thank you, Councillor. Not at this time. We've got some buffers that are built into those schedules where we continue to, with same frequency, but add in some additional time for the run to account for the higher traffic volumes that we're experiencing.
That's fantastic news, because we have to have realistic schedules that we communicate to residents when they're looking up the timetables to figure out how long they're going. So it sounds like schedules that people look at will be much closer to what the reality is. So that's great. And then the second question, and I'm sorry, could you just remind me of the timelines that we're looking at with respect to bus route review and adjustments to account for the opening of stage 2 stations?
Merci beaucoup, Chair. Comme je l'ai mentionné dans mon introduction tout à l'heure, on va
As I
envoyer
said in my introduction, we will be sending a memo summarizing the various steps that must be taken. Our intent is to finish by the end of this year, because the Trillium line will be open, but you will be consulted just like all the clients. And then we will explain the steps, and we'll start the discussions next week.
That consultation discussion with the aim of understanding what those routes would be by the end of this year in anticipation of opening. The review, I'm sorry, I just lost my question. Sorry, was the intention that the staff would be informing us as to what the new routes will look like for stage 2? Or is there an intention that that would be voted on by council?
Thank you, Chair, for the question, Councillor. As part of the work that's happening around stage 2, I think that we'd made a commitment that we'll continue to deliver some bus service in parallel, at least in the early days. For the route review, we do have a significant amount of stakeholder consultation that will involve councillors, riders, workplaces, and that's coming to you soon, as Madame Elkar mentioned, in regards to a memo, and then also some meetings with groups of councillors to talk through that, walk through that, and in partnership, we'll make those adjustments moving forward.
I'm looking forward to that, but I think my question was whether or not council is going to need to approve new routes. I'm thinking, for example, of the 14. One of the big adjustments to stage 1 or to the 14 was that it no longer ran to Carlingwood, right? It's a route that's focused on running to and from Tunney's pasture now. That was not something that was put in front of council for a vote, nor the multiple other changes that were made when stage 1 opened. The number 11, for example, no longer runs to Westboro Station. It's focused on getting passengers to and from Tunney's pasture station. Again, that was not something that was put to a vote. And I'm not necessarily arguing that it should be. In a situation where route changes are brought as a vote, we are all going to get very parochial about protecting the routes that our residents most want to protect. But I'm just wondering, I just want to have an explicit understanding that that will or won't be brought to us for a vote.
Chair will definitively bring updates here, and I think normally we need a vote when we have to change the policy. I think I'm not very familiar with that, and unfortunately, Pat, who knows everything on that because he did that before, is not here today. But I can come back next month, and anyway, you will be met by my team. You can ask all of the questions, and in the meantime, we'll try to get this answer.
If past practice holds true, the actual route changes aren't going to come to council for a vote, but I am anticipating a very robust consultation process that I think it's going to be important for every councillor to participate in fully. So, okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I believe we're on to round 2, and we'll start with Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I just had one follow-up from my first line of question. It's around what Councillor Leeper was just asking. And in the presentation today, staff talked about the bus route review, which I think the genesis behind it is the fact that we have budget challenges and there's been a change of demand since COVID, and that's what's motivating us for the review. My question, Madame Emika, last night to you was regarding an assessment of routes related to the opening of phase 2, or at least the Trillium line in my ward. What happened when we opened line 1 is local routes were modified and a number of changes were made to not duplicate the work that the line 1 was providing. So that is, my question is separate from the route review process. And so my residents are asking if there are going to be route changes in the vicinity of the Trillium line because the Trillium line will be opened and now expanded. And if yes, when will that public engagement, separate from the route review, take place?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. The team has been working on what future bus routes will look like with the implementation and opening of stages 2 and 4. And what I'm hearing from the team is that the bulk of the route changes are in the south end of the city versus in your particular ward.
Okay, so half of my ward is in the south, and my understanding is there would be a lot more potential changes south of Hun Club Road as opposed to routes that serve north of Hun Club Road. And so I'm just looking for clarity as to when
there will be for so the route with that was engagements and community engagement holders. Work to and additional meetings that are required in order to detailed situations. We're always happy to participate.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And again, I just want to confirm, because I have to go back to 2 community associations today, is that as a result of the Trillium line reopening this fall, OC Transpo is not expecting, as a result, any significant modifications to existing bus routes that serve north of Hun Club Road. Is that correct?
Chair, if you don't mind, I don't want to give a bad answer. Can we come back in May with that? And if we have this info before that, because I have a lot of people who are working on that, and it's important that we give you an accurate answer. So we'll come back at next TC or probably before that.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I echo Councillor Leeper's sentiments about the bus network. Not necessarily, it shouldn't be based on the rail network. It should support the rail network so that we can get people to it, but also keep people circulating in our communities. So I came back on the speaker list because I had another question about the possibility of something that does heat the wires on the LRT. I know this was raised once or twice already. Something that it is used in some places, and I think it is worth more serious consideration, because we're at the point where some of our colleagues are considering discussing shutting down our rail network in severe weather. So things like thermal heating, like resistive heating using electricity, I think that is something worth considering. Has that ever been discussed?
Sure, everything is on the table at this time, and as I said, we'll come back with further info when we will be ready to. But everything is under consideration.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much.
Councillor Carr? Oh, I thought you had another question. Pardon me. All right. Are there any other questions for staff on the update? Yes, we can take 5 minutes before we keep going. Absolutely. Let's take 5 minutes. Thank you to staff, many staff members for being here and answering our questions. It was a lot of information, and we'll come back in 5 minutes on O Train Line 1 disruptions. Thank you. All right, we're going to get started. If everyone can please take their seats. OK, on continue. En français.
All right, so we will continue along.
Responding to O-Train Line 1 disruptions. So this item was on our agenda when it was published a couple weeks ago. However, even more topical now, given the recent events from last week. So that's going to inform some of our discussion. We have Troy Charter, who's here to walk us through a presentation on R1. Troy, over to you.
Merci, le président, de m'avoir donné l'occasion de vous parler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today about the replacement service of buses for the R1 line.
I'll just wait for the slides to come up. Thank you. Right into it. Perfect. If you can go to the first slide, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Great. Okay, so OC Transpo's transit system is designed to take full advantage of the efficiency, speed, and reliability that comes with operating a light rail system, including a dedicated right-of-way, 600 passenger capacity per train, replacing up to 9 articulated buses, 3 to 5 minute train frequencies, as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions and positively contributing to reducing traffic congestion. The bus network is designed to move customers efficiently from all areas within the city to the O-Train stations and provide for rapid transit unimpeded by traffic and delays through the downtown core. In the fall of 2019, in the lead up to the launch of the LRT, OC Transpo's bus network underwent its final transition from a primarily bus-focused network to a truly integrated and multimodal transit system. Trains replaced buses, which previously operated on a transitway between Tunney's Pasture and Blair Station. Bus rapid transit was converted to light rail transit. Bus routes were reconfigured, and over 170 buses were retired from the OC Transpo fleet. Go to the next slide, please. So a little bit on how R1 service was designed. To provide some context on the creation of R1, years before the LRT launch, across departmental team included the city's traffic operations, infrastructure, and police services, collaborated on the development of R1 bus plans and routing. Best practices and feedback from comparative properties, including the TTC in Toronto, STM in Montreal, Vancouver, Calgary, and Edmonton, just to name a few, provided some guiding principles in the development of those R1 plans. Some of those guiding principles included, design the bus route to follow the rail line as closely as possible, affix permanent R1 signage on streets, have R1's routes service only rail stations when it is needed, ensure that the road network is reliable and can support higher frequency buses for short durations. And once again, ensuring that those roads are as close to stations as possible to minimize the transfer time and walking distance for customers, as well as consider infrastructure enhancements to support service, advanced greens, turning lanes, and ensure that R1 routing is included in larger traffic and snow clearing plans with other city partners. Next slide, please. we probably all know this, but R1 is the bus service that is implemented that connects stations along the O train line when trains are unable to operate because of a service disruption. Due to the nature of the bus network and road infrastructure, essentially due to the inherent differences in bus and rail service, R1 cannot match the speed, capacity, and efficiency of the train service. Although we have robust plans and procedures in place, operating R1 service will invariably impact our customers, our staff, and our communications. When implementing R1, our goal is to minimize impacts on our customers, but we cannot necessarily eliminate them. Go next slide, please. R1 est mise en œuvre dans des situations où les activités de
This is for situations where maintenance planified do not give us the ability for service, so where we cannot have a one line. Also, when there's a disruption that it lasts more than 20 minutes, and when there's a single tracking around an unplanned disruption is not possible.
So how do we go about deploying R1? When R1 is implemented, our staff, including Transit Operations Control Center staff, mobile supervisors, rail supervisors, our station service attendants, and other frontline personnel are trained and have a number of operating procedures to support those line one disruptions. I know I talked upon it a little bit earlier, but the first step is always to determine if single tracking is an option. While providing all rail service using one track may introduce longer travel times for customers, it is preferable than implementing R1 bus service. Even with delays, potentially for additional transfers for customers, and potential for crowding at stations, single tracking provides for a more effective service with less impacts on customers than R1. I share that just simply because our R1, it is there to support our customers, but it is our last resort. We do look at all other options before taking that action. Should it be determined that single tracking is not an option and the disruption is likely to last longer than 20 minutes, staff confirm the R1 routing and make arrangements to reallocate buses and operators to support the replacement bus service. Every decision has trade-offs, with the TOCC taking a holistic view to service delivery, balancing buses and resources required for R1 while trying to minimize reliability impacts on the rest of the network. Next slide, please. It is important to note that planned disruptions of R1 provide us with more of an opportunity to minimize impacts and to proactively communicate with our customers. When lead time is available to plan for R1, buses and operators can be reassigned and pre-assigned as much as possible to maximize bus reliability and minimize bus trip cancellations on the rest of the network. Frequent communications, alerts, updates, in-station signage can be provided in the days and weeks leading up to the implementation, resulting in greater awareness and understanding by our customers. Whereas in unplanned R1 service events, staff use our standard operating procedures, our pre-planned communications, and the training to react and respond to emerging events. I recognize, though, that it's these early stages in an unplanned disruption where our staff are being deployed and where buses are being reassigned, when the in-station signage is being implemented, that can be particularly challenging for customers. It's also during this time that situations may change and may emerge, which makes it, which contributes to the difficulty in communicating with customers. During this time, and I know we've talked about it here, staff will make frequent updates in stations and on vehicles, while additional staff and signage are being deployed to the stations. And I know that that's an area for growth and for improvement, and we're committed to making those changes right away. Go to the next slide, please. In terms of the deployment considerations, OC Transpo staff aim to deploy the best R1 service possible to accommodate customers, well, as I mentioned, aiming to minimize the impacts on the entire network. There are a number of considerations, decision points that our team in the control center must immediately consider when implementing R1. Specifically, the location of the disruption, time of day, customer volumes, peak direction of travel, and the anticipated duration of the disruption are all factors that determine the most appropriate R1 action, as well as the bus requirements. Additionally, the location of the disruption in relation to crossovers or switches, where trains can cross from one track to another, is another key consideration. Crossovers or switches allow trains to either single track around a disruption, or alternatively, when single tracking is not an option, to reroute to service traveling in the opposite direction. So those crossovers allow us to do like a loop on either ends of the line. And you see that that's an activity that we frequently do when we have to implement R1. In an effort to minimize those impacts, our team must try to maximize the use of the LRT system whenever possible through the implementation of single tracking and or partial service. Leveraging our line 1 helps alleviate the impacts of R1 on the conventional bus service by reducing the requirement for buses and ultimately speeds up travel time for customers. This may introduce, however, an additional transfer, but in most circumstances, it is the better option for our customers. Additionally, when establishing R1, staff consider the time it will take for passengers to travel from the light rail stations to the R1 bus stop locations. The most appropriate customer transfer points are where the bus and train stations are integrated, such as Blair, Herdman, Saint Laurent, and Tunney's. Alternatively, locations where bus stops are located right outside the station are also preferable. There are certain locations where we do try to avoid that being a terminus point for our service. Ottawa being one of those primary areas because it is a longer walking distance for our customers to get to that R1 bus stop. So we really try to balance that out. So that's why when you see R1 being implemented, for customers traveling in the western direction, we frequently end service at Herdman Station. It's an integrated station, less walking distance for our customers, and it's much more intuitive than New Ottawa. So just a bit of an example on some of the considerations we look at. So we go to the next slide, please. So how do we inform our customers? Whether the disruption is a planned or unplanned event, our customer communication team have a number of pre-planned R1 communication packages. Que la perturbation soit un événement planifié ou non.
Be it a planned or unplanned disruption, we have many communication methods for the R1 line.
Web alerts, text messages are pre-written and can be quickly updated for fast and agile communications. Announcements are made both in stations and on board vehicles, and staff are dispatched to install additional signage or A-frames that are stored at the stations for rapid deployment. Les annonces sont faites aussi bien aux stations qu'au bord des véhicules.
This is done in the stations and in vehicles, and supplementary communication is done for a fast deployment of information.
To be able to communicate additional details such as R1 implementation is in progress of being implemented and will be progressively installed at stations later this year. Next slide, please. Recognizing that the first 3 minutes following an unplanned disruption can be particularly challenging for customers, our team will initiate regular and frequent announcements using the PA systems in stations and on vehicles. The situation may evolve and staff may be required to adjust plans based on emerging events. As I mentioned, additional resources are deployed. You've heard of the red vests, but we also have supervisors and customer service staff that are deployed to affected stations to assist customers. Control center staff will make announcements within the light rail stations, and our operators of both trains and buses servicing LRT stations are advised to make announcements to our customers. And lastly, for prolonged disruptions, regular updates are provided to council as well as the media. Next slide, please. We recognize that it's not an ideal situation for customers and staff when R1 is deployed. With that said, running multiple R1 routes at the same time is not ideal in most circumstances. The reasons for this is it's very difficult to implement different routes from an operational perspective during disruptions. Running different R1 routes at the same time results in challenges for our customers as well in terms of wayfinding, and requires the need for additional signage in station and maps for online communication alerts. It can be confusing for customers to understand where to catch buses, where to catch the shuttles, where the different routes end up, and they may be confused about which buses to take. Not to minimize the customer and communications impacts, however, the most significant impact is the requirement for more buses to support the deployment of different R1 routes running at the same time. This will result in reduced reliability over the entire transit network, as well as more cancellations. And one final aspect that I'd like to mention, it came up through the work that we did with the other properties prior to launch, is that we want R1 to be as intuitive and simple as possible for customers. R1 should be consistent from event to event to minimize confusion during customers' commutes during an already difficult time. So we don't want to be adjusting R1 from event to event. We want to minimize that as little as possible. We want it to be intuitive. If we have to implement R1, we would like the customers to know this is where we go, and it's consistent from time to time. The next slide, please. The goal of any rail line is to provide safe and reliable service, inherently minimizing the number of disruptions and the requirements for replacement service. While improving reliability and reducing disruptions is our collective goal, if we were to consider running R1 in parallel or in lieu of line 1, capital costs in the area of 260 to 360 million would be required to purchase upwards of 310 more buses, and operating costs would need to increase by approximately 110 million to fund the increase in bus service, as well as an extensive recruitment campaign would be needed to hire approximately 650 operating and maintenance personnel. The last slide, please. Just a quick little summary and conclusion. As I mentioned, Ottawa's transit network has been designed and reconfigured to leverage the O-Train's frequency, capacity, and efficiency. While R1 is not an ideal situation, it is used to support our customers during planned and unplanned disruptions. We will issue communications, we will assign staff, we will support as much as we can, but at the same time, we recognize that it cannot effectively replicate the rail service. Our field and control center personnel have the appropriate training and standard operating procedures to implement R1, to minimize travel impacts, as well as to make every effort to return rail service safely and as quickly as possible for our customers. And lastly, rail replacement bus plans are part of every LRT network. Our collective focus at OC Transpo is to continue to focus on improving rail network resiliency and reliability to minimize both the number of the R1 implementations as well as their collective impact on the transit network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are no delegations on this item, so we can go to any questions for staff and councillors. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have to admit, I'm one of those councillors who would think about supporting the planned shutdown of LRT in weather situations that can be anticipated to result in a shutdown. Because of the chaos that I've seen associated with unplanned disruptions, the length of time that it takes for customers to get information, the chaos at the stations, the complaints about people who don't have the information they need to understand what they're doing under a really stressful situation. That's not something I'm going to move today, but it's very much on my mind. A few questions for you. First, how long does it take you generally to determine that a disruption is going to be longer than 20 minutes?
That's a good question, Mr. Chair. We normally use that 20-minute mark as a determination as to when R1 service would be implemented. That's not to say that we don't start taking actions to implement R1 in advance. When we become aware of a disruption, our control center is starting to look at, okay, what do we need to do? We start thinking about deploying staff to the locations where would be terminus endpoints for the rail service, where the customers would be transferring to buses. We start taking actions almost within the first couple minutes. But we use about that 20-minute mark to determine whether or not we need to implement R1 at that point.
So there's a disruption. I don't want to get into too many hypotheticals here, but a wire has come down in one end of the track, and 3 minutes later, you've made a determination. There's a wire down. We need to implement R1 because it's going to be more than 20 minutes. What about, there's door faults. There's all kinds of different things. Is it possible that 20 minutes may have elapsed by the time you make a determination that the outage is going to be longer than 20 minutes?
Mr. Chair, I'm not sure if I follow the question. I mean, maybe I can. There are a lot of occurrences that are very short in duration. You mentioned a few of them. A door fault, that's something an operator can, in most circumstances, go and attend to, and within 5 to 6 minutes, that train is back in service. Medicals as well are your ones that are frequent occurrence in which our operator may need to go check on someone, call emergency services. Those ones are generally quick to be able to resume. And then in a lot of those situations as well, we're able to single track around it because we think it's going to be short term. Something like an OCS, a failure of the overhead catenary system, there still might be the opportunity to single track around that. So we do need, there's time when we need to get staff, whether it be one of the RTM technicians or one of our members of our team to go out and see what's at location. Because as I said, our ideal situation is our ideal situation is to run full service, but in the event we can't run service, then it's single track. And then if we can't single track, then it's R1. But I would say in most circumstances, within that 20 minutes, we know whether or not we need to implement R1. But there have been situations where staff haven't known what was going to happen, and within start implementing R1, communicating it out, and then we're able to get a train moving again and able to resume service. And that's really confusing. That's really frustrating, confusing for customers. I was just told to go to R1, and now I have to come back, right? So we've had those situations, but most times that 20-minute mark is fairly reliable.
Like we're running R1 in disruptions that are going to take longer than 20 minutes. But I'm worried that by the time we've made that decision, 15 minutes may have elapsed. And then there is the time involved in getting the resources onto the network, so that we're looking at half an hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes before that first R1 bus shows up at Herdman Station to get the passengers who were disrupted 45 minutes ago, 15 minutes to determine we have to run R1, and then a long time to get the resources on scene.
Chair, ce qui est difficile pour nous quand vient le temps de prendre la décision.
What's difficult for us when we're making a decision, it's all the little issues. So maybe it's a problem with a door. We take the risk and say that the technician will be there and will be able to solve the problem. And we won't be able to necessarily pass to R1, because we have understood that when we make this decision in important decisions, that they impact everybody, trains and our clients, people who are on board, because we will have to remove these buses. Now, you saw the huge costs associated with keeping buses, and people sat down when not doing anything. So that's not an option. So when we have an example like you've given, for example, a cable that's broken, that's easy for us, but we know that if we can resume service with a train, and maybe we'll be able to do the repairs quickly. Sometimes we tell ourselves that we need to begin quickly, right away. And at that point, we cut the current, so we can't give the service in the track that is affected. But given that situation, there is a lot of information that comes in at the same time. And that is why that there's a control center. And I trust my teams, and they make the right decisions while managing the clients that are on board the train and that are waiting, and those who are in buses, those who are waiting, and all these people who will be unfortunately impacted. So we are trying as best as possible with the experience we have to get a quick win, so that we can say, look, through this experience, we know that this will be this much time, and if we have to deploy R1, well, then we will. It's not only about ticking off the buses when we deploy R1. We have to also ensure that there are red vests. These people who will be there with the clients, because the client wants to know. We will have to change the plans for people and tell them that they'll have to take the bus, and all of that information is taken into account in the decision to implement R1. And of course, this is done to avoid disruptions of bus services. At the end of the day, all of this to say that our first goal is to improve the train. It's a great service. It's great when it works. Our main objective is to ensure that the reliability is much better than it is today. And two, and this is the case for the entire world, not only OC Transport, is to ensure that we can act quickly. There will be issues, for example. Now, I would lie to you if I tell you that, look, we'll be able to deal with everything and that there won't be any problems. But no, we need to be able to respond quickly, and that's why we have worked very hard with RTG to ensure that we can answer or respond in a minimal time frame, and that we'll be able to say at least that this decision that was made is the right one, and we're not going to disrupt the bus service, because those clients are also important, just like the train clients. So this is there's no miracle solution, unfortunately.
How long does it take from the moment you've decided you need to run R1 in some portion to getting an R1 bus picking up the first passengers, say at Herdman Station? If you make a decision that you need to run R1 between Herdman and Blair, how long is it going to take for the first bus to get to Herdman?
Mr. Chair, the number will vary, but I know you're using the example of Herdman Station. Herdman Station is, depending on the time of day, we may have buses already there that are what we call extras or spares. That could be assigned to R1 right away. So, but I would use that sort of baseline, that 15 to 20 minute marks once the decision's been made. But as I mentioned earlier, we may not activate R1 for that 20 minutes, but staff are already starting to anticipate, and they're looking at what resources can be assigned, redeployed, moving staff around. So, it really can vary depending on time of day, traffic conditions, weather, as well as location of the disruption. But there would be a period of time, but I think you'd be safe in saying, that 15 to 20 minute mark.
And it may have taken you already 5 minutes, 10 minutes to make the decision to run R1 by that point. So I'm looking at, the possibility of people having to wait. Is it possible for somebody to have to get off a train and wait half an hour to get on a bus at Herdman if there's been a disruption?
That's definitely not the service we want to provide with R1. We want to do it as rapidly as possible. The Herdman example, I couldn't see it happening in that regard, but once again, it depends on the volume of customers that we would have there at the time too. If we get 3 or 4 buses there right away, but there's a large number of people, you might see some people having to wait for the next set of buses. So definitely not an ideal situation, but our goal is to do it rapidly, quickly, and get the support there in terms of the communications as well as staff to assist.
Yeah, again, it plays into my thinking about, should we be canceling train service ahead of events that we anticipate are going to be disruptive if we think that people are going to have to wait half an hour at Herdman Station for the first bus to come pick them up. I've watched some of that crowding at Herdman. I've watched some of that crowding at Blair. It's extremely uncomfortable. How many staff, you talked about some customer service staff, other staff who can be deployed to stations. If there were a disruption today that required R1 bus service to be deployed between Herdman and Blair, where would the staff come from to get to all the stations along those lines to communicate to clients, to residents?
That's another great question, Mr. Chair. Within the rail operations group itself, we have a number of customers or station service attendants, or people also refer to them as red vests. We have a number of rail supervisors, as well as we have rail operators who can assist. So we would look at that, but we would do a call out to all OC Transpo staff. We do have a customer service team that when we have these disruptions, especially the planned ones, we do a call out to them, and they can come in and support as well. So with the planned disruptions, we've been very effective at getting staff and multiple staff members at every station. When we have for a prolonged disruption, we've been fairly effective at getting people to all stations with a little bit of lead time. But we would do a call out to all OC Transpo staff, and you might see managers out there, some of our schedulers, planners. But we look within the customer service group, our rail operations group, and then we do a larger call out to all OC Transpo.
And what is the time for some critical mass of staff to be available at a station to help direct customers?
Mr. Chair, that really depends on the scope and the size of the disruption. Something that we're planning for the next couple of weekends. It's a couple stations, so that's something we can mobilize very quickly on with minimal impact. Something like the complete line that would take likely a half day to a day to be able to staff every single station, and then we start looking at how do we maintain and sustain it.
Yeah, and it's these unplanned disruptions that might affect either half a system, say from Herdman to Blair, or the entire system if you have to shut the full station down like we did recently. And the concern that I keep coming back to is what I hear from customers over and over again. The train system went down. I don't know what to do. It took us a very long time for anyone to tell us where we're going. I know there are trade-offs to implementing R1 service, but the chaos of the unplanned service we keep hearing about the horrific experiences that customers are having. And I'm hearing about lead times to get some critical mass of staff to the stations that is, in my view, unacceptably long for unplanned disruptions compared to planned disruptions. I know my colleagues will probably ask many of the questions that I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of want to go further on the some of the questions about the obstruction plans that we come up with. I know that there are a lot of assuming things have not changed, there are lots of pre-planned plans for when things happen in different sections of track, like Tunney's to Lion, Line to, I think Ottawa was the next one, etc. Is that something that you'd be maybe willing to share with some of us, or all of us, so that it's something that, we know that there are certain parameters that trigger R1 that's more likely to trigger R1 than others, like during peak period versus off peak. Is that something that's possible at all?
Chair, may I ask the reason to share that?
It was just based on my colleague's line of questioning there. It seems like that's some information that some councillors might appreciate.
I don't want to be difficult. We can share everything for sure, but it's like, I think Councillor Leeper was very clear. It's, if you can help us, we will be very pleased to share, but it's like just giving to give, that's it. I don't see why we should do that. But listen, we can, but I'm not sure if it's something that we should necessarily share. We can spend time together. We have a meeting together one-on-one, and I think we can discuss on that. But essentially, I'm not seeing what you can tell us to do better our job by having that.
So, okay, so maybe I'll change the course of that question then. I know that you recently launched the Next Stop blog on your website there. I think that's a great way to actually explain how and where R1 service gets deployed in an unplanned disruption. Everything that you told us today, I think is stuff that the public would very much appreciate. Not everybody watches Transit Commission, and it can help them get a better sense of, oh, why do I have to stand at Parliament Station, for example, for 25 minutes before the R1 comes, and it's a short bus and it's crowded and everything, don't you plan for this? But there are a lot of intricacies behind the scene that ends up with just a 40-footer, right? So I think that's something that would be worth communicating with our residents and customers. When it comes to communicating information out to customers during an unplanned service disruption, I know that there were at least pre-written messages based on the disruption that ends up happening. Is that still the case?
That is correct, Mr. Chair, both within the control center and on board the vehicles. Yes.
Excellent. And I wrote something else down here. Oh, that was it. Cool. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Menard.
Sure. Actually, because Councillor asked a lot of great questions, but just on the one piece around the R1 bus, the bus cancellations associated with R1, I don't know if I missed it in the presentation, but what kind of cancellations are we actually looking at when we deploy R1 for planned and unplanned implementation?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. Obviously in all these events, our goal is to minimize and eliminate the cancellations, but we know that's not reality. I look back at some of the previous occurrences of both the planned and unplanned events, and I can say that, for the planned events, the number of cancellations that are attributed to the implementation of R1 is next to zero. Very, very few, if any, cancellations at all. And then I look back at the most recent event that we had on the 5th and 6th. The 5th, there was 63 cancellations as a result of the implementation of R1, and on the 6th, we did get service back, the partial service back the next day. It was 22. That's on a daily trip count of just under 8,000.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. Is there anything that could help the cancellations on the unplanned days? I don't know if the people are on call during that time, or if there's a lack of buses available. But is there any other mitigation that can be done for canceled service on those unplanned R1 days?
Mr. Chair, obviously the ongoing recruitment will help. It'll help us have the operators that we need to provide the service, and it'll give us that extra capacity to deal with fluctuations from day to day. The challenge with having so standby operators or whatnot is that the considerations or the variables change significantly. You got day of the week, whether it'll be a weekday or a weekend, even the time of day, whether it be a peak period or an off-peak period. There is the operator and bus availability, the weather, as well as customer volume. So we can have an unplanned R1 occurrence that results in zero cancellations if it's later in the evening, or we have a bit of advance notice to it. It's those ones that affect multiple stations and hit us on a weekday and a peak period. Those are the ones that are particularly problematic. But I think the actions that we're taking with the ongoing recruitment will greatly will help us reduce that number. That will help us reduce that impact.
Okay, thank you very much to staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Hi, thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Leeper, for bringing specifically forward the example with respect to Herdman. I appreciate the presentation on the R1, and I understand why it doesn't make sense to run a service that uses different stations. But I will say that in the case of Herdman Station, when R1 is deployed, and the distance between Herdman particularly and Ottawa U is significant on the R1. And the challenge that happens is that, I would say between September and April, I would guesstimate that 50% of those buses in peak hour periods get off at Ottawa U. And so when you're waiting a long, long time at Herdman for the R1s to come, as happens because the routes take so long, and then the bus virtually empties out at Ottawa U, is there not any way that we can contemplate at least an express, an 800 series to Ottawa U from I guess that would be east, when it's down, because of specifically the amount of students that take up the time? It is extremely significant. I know that I've heard that it's confusing to people. I'll also say that students generally have the ability to navigate themselves through a crowd onto the bus a little bit more easily than people that are maybe a little bit older or mobility challenged. And so you see it time and time again. And I know that you'll say, I expect you'll say, no, it's confusing, but I do think it's a situation where it merits looking at what can be done when the R1 is down and addressing the issue with students, which are a huge part of the population.
No, thank you for that. And Mr. Chair, that section of track or R1 bus route is particularly challenging, obviously, and it does result in longer commute times for anyone who's traveling in the eastern direction. In the west, if you're in the PM peak when people are heading east, it's less of an impact because the buses do go right by that station. But that is, we are looking at ways and areas in which we can tweak the R1 service. We've previously made some adjustments in with regards to how we implement R1 in the East End with regards to Cerebral Station and running a shuttle from Cerebral Station to Saint Laurent, which speeds up commute time for all the customers coming from Blair East. But we are looking at as well what options. I don't have an answer for you right now, but I can tell you that we do have a team that are looking at the R1 plans. Part of it is improving the wayfinding and looking at the communications that we just identified, the communications we just identified last disruption. But we are looking at what are our options for that. I'll say Lee's, Uauto, Rideau corridor as well too. So, but we're looking at it from a holistic view, balanced with what is the impact on the rest of the bus network as well too. But we are looking at that. That is something that we are actively investigating and trying to come up with some options.
Okay, thank you.
I'm seeing some questions back up for second round, or is that legacy hands? Yep, Councillor Leeper, go ahead.
Have we worked with the city to look at lane closures and street closures to provide better R1 service? It strikes me this has been asked before, and I don't remember if an answer was provided. But shutting or creating bus-only lanes through parts of the downtown. I'm thinking particularly of that Herdman to University of Ottawa run, which is so extraordinarily slow on the R1.
Mr. Chair, as the initial development of the R1 plans, we definitely involved our traffic management partners. Whenever we have weather events or R1 events, we do reach out to them. They do assist us with, advanced greens and, adjusting light cycles. And there's been some rare occurrences where we've had to request some OPS paid duty officers to assist us getting through some intersections. So we work very much closely with them. But as part of that review that I just commented to Councillor Carr on, that we are reaching out to traffic operations as well to see if there's other options that we haven't yet explored to deal with that specific corridor as well.
Yeah, and I think we should look at making some of those key roads express bus lanes when we're running R1, particularly if it's unplanned, because unplanned is so much more chaotic and so much more a stressful experience for the people who are experiencing it. Thanks, Chair.
Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. I knew I missed a question. In the event of any sort of service disruption, are the rail controllers able to, I know they make announcements which get broadcast in the stations and everything, but are they able to actually announce into the trains? Because there are situations where I feel the operator is, troubleshooting or doing whatever else, and they might not be able to communicate with customers on board.
Well, thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. No, the controllers, the electric rail controllers that we have in control center, they can communicate in the stations, but not on the vehicles. We do rely on the operator for that. And to your point, the operator may be tasked with doing multiple things, and it can be a challenging situation for them. But that is also why when we have a stop train, especially when in between stations, we send out all additional staff to that train as well to assist, either to assist with the troubleshooting or to assist with the communication with our customers. So. But no, our controllers can speak in stations, but not directly on trains.
Is that, thank you. Is that something that can be explored or changed, whether it's just like reprogramming something or is it something a little bigger than that?
Mr. Chair, I don't have the answer to that question. That's something I'd gladly take away, and I can follow up with you afterwards.
Yeah, please do. Thank you. Second question. I know that, I truly think that with our reset in the relationship with RTG, that train service will improve, and as it does improve, R1 is going to become less and less needed. Like, it's going to become a very rare occasion, and then when it does happen, it will be chaos regardless, right? Like it is like that in Toronto when the Line 1 shuttle bus has to come up. But in the meantime, when it seems that all of our service issues become major service issues, like when things go wrong, things seem to go really wrong. Are there what improvements or what little things have we looked at? I'm thinking Cerebral, Tremblay, and Ottawa stations are especially challenging to service. Like, have we looked at things to mitigate little challenges like that in the meantime?
Sorry, just so if I can follow the question, is it improvement of the R1 service or improvement on the rail service?
R1.
On the R1?
Yeah.
So, we are always sort of looking at, we get the feedback. We understand that these are challenging times for our customers, but no, we are listening to the feedback, and we try to make adjustments. One of the things that, as I just quickly mentioned, was we were able to make adjustments to our plans with regards to how we service Cedarville Station. Low volume number of customers use that station, but a high volume of customers traveling from Blair West. So, with very minimal impact on bus counts, we're able to do a shuttle that goes from Cedarville to Saint Laurent, saving travel time for all those customers coming from Blair into downtown, and then vice versa on the return trip largely in the PM peak. So we're looking at that same sort of process for that Ottawa Herdman area as well. So the answer is yes, we are looking at ways to try to improve, but we are constrained by the road network that we have, and as Madame Amilcar has mentioned, our bus customers are just as important as our rail customers, and we really try to take that holistic view, and we have to manage those bus counts as well, because it especially in those unplanned situations, it will result in additional cancellations. So we just really try to minimize that as much as possible.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. I truly hope we get to a point someday where where R1 becomes like a very rare necessity. So no, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there are any other questions. Thank you for the discussion. I think these are great discussions about how things work and what the trade-offs are, and finding the right balance when we have unplanned service disruptions in particular. And it's kind of unfortunate. We tend, I think, to have more issues in the east end of the system, east of Ottawa, let's say, but the detour routes for R1 are more complex compared to the west end, where it's more of a straight shot between the downtown and Tunney's. Maybe I could ask, when we're looking towards the next stages of LRT, any information you could provide briefly today about what the replacement bus service would look like? Is it more like the west end, where it's a more direct detour route, or is it more like the east end, where there's a little more moving around there?
Chair, a little bit early to tell on that one,
Okay.
But I'm just looking at the road networks right now, and in the east end, the extension piece is more of a straight shot than the west end.
Yes.
But we haven't mapped out all our R1 plans. That work has begun, and the focus right now is obviously on line 2.
Okay, thanks very much. All right, is the report received by committee? Received, thank you. Okay, we are going to move on to our next item. This is item number 7.1 on the agenda. Light Rail Regulatory Monitor and Compliance Officer, Annual Report for 2022. We have Sam Barata here making his yearly visit, and Rick O'Connor is going to introduce this for us. Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And some of the members of the commission know Mr. Barata if they were around the last term, but I thought it appropriate to take a few minutes just to provide somewhat of an overview. Mr. Barata is, of course, the city's LRT, and I have to look at the Regulatory Monitor and Compliance Officer, the RMCO, which is a fantastic acronym. He's much like, but not exactly like, some of the statutory officers we have at the city, the Integrity Commissioner, the Auditor General, in that he is not part of the city's complement. He does not report to the city manager. In fact, he reports to council through the Transit Commission, which is part of his purpose here today. And he is, in fact, an autonomous and independent officer in that regard. So, Mr. Chair, I will leave you in the good hands of Mr. Barata.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor, Mr. Chair, members of the Transit Commission. I'll be happy to take you through a summary of the annual compliance report for 2022, and I see we just put it up on the screen in both languages. Donc, Monsieur le Président, membre du Comité du Transport en commun.
Mr. President, member of the Commission, it's a real pleasure for me to present you the RMCO Annual Compliance Report for 2022. We have about 20 slides. I will provide them to you in English to speed up the meeting, but it will be a pleasure for me to answer your questions in both official languages. I can answer you in French when requested in French.
Material, which gives us starts with the context, the background of the scope and mandate of the Regulatory Monitoring Compliance Officer. And I'll be happy to take any questions that we have at the end of the slides. So we can turn our attention to slide number 2 unless there are any questions or comments at this point. All right, so slide number 2 shows the material that we will cover, starting with the RMCO background, scope, and mandate, which will be followed by a review of the monitoring approach and process. We will then review the programs monitored in 2022, as well as the findings, and we will conclude with a review of the remedial actions process. We'll turn our attention to slide number 3, which provides an overview of my background. As Mr. O'Connor mentioned, I've been RMCO for the City of Ottawa for about 5 years and started monitoring after revenue service in September of 2019. This is my 41st year working in the railway sector. My experience took me across several locations in Canada with experience in the areas of operations, safety, regulations, as well as auditing. And after working for 35 years for Canadian National Rail, I retired as Vice President of Safety and Sustainability, and shortly after started to work for the City of Ottawa. We'll turn to slide number 4, which gives us the background, which is very important. There are many different players in the Confederation line performing different roles, different duties. I'll go back to the delegation agreement, which was signed between the Minister of Transport as well as the City of Ottawa, which essentially provides the authority to the city to regulate the Confederation line. And the delegation agreement comes with certain conditions, one of which is to have the independent RMCO to monitor compliance relative to city regulations. But of course, I'll talk later about the different layers of oversight that complement each other. So the scope of work for the RMCO, which was provided to the city, is very specific, and it's really about monitoring compliance relative to city regulations with a focus on safety and security. I'll talk later about the city manager designation, which is the enabling regulation, which has specific programs that the RMCO monitors. But the key point is that it encompasses the Confederation line only, so does not include the Trillium line, which, as we know, is under federal regulations, does not include bus service as well, but it does encompass OC Transpo as well as contractors. Key point to make here is that the RMCO scope of work does not include a broad assessment of safety or risks, nor does it include an assessment of the regulations, equipment, technology, or contractor competence. So to be distinguished from auditing as such, monitoring does not include a review of the risks or governance or other areas that would typically be reviewed during auditing. I talked about the fact that the work of the RMCO started after revenue service. So we know there's a lot of activities that took place before revenue service. So the RMCO was not involved in construction, design, trial running, or the independent certification. And I talked about the many lines of oversight that work in the city's regulatory regime. The RMCO is one of them. The most substantive one is OC Transpo's oversight, and I'll talk later about that, but there's also experts that the city hires. For example, TRA that's been hired to do some monitoring, some review of contractor work. Part of the delegation agreement also requires that the city performs a tri-annual audit of the safety management system as well as the security management system. So the city does that and issues a report triannually to Transport Canada. So all these layers work together, complement each other to support a safe and reliable operation. We'll turn to slide number 5, talk about the approach used for monitoring. The first point is, if you ask the question, how is the monitoring carried out? I'll go back to the first task that was performed by the RMCO, and that's the preparation of a work plan. It included the review of the Confederation line itself, the program documents, a review of other commuter lines across the world to identify potential areas of risk that we need to be on the lookout for when performing monitoring. So the key principles that were outlined in this work plan are one of using a risk-based approach to the selection of areas to be monitored. The second one is to perform the monitoring in a structured and transparent manner. So we have procedures that are prepared for every monitoring segment that is performed. And finally, is that all assessments of compliance are performed using a fact and evidence-based approach. The other point to keep in mind is that the regulatory monitoring relates to the city manager designation, which I referred to just before. What that does is it imparts specific responsibilities upon OC Transpo, and those specific responsibilities, we can see them. On peut les voir en bas de la diapositive. Alors, c'est l'adoption et la mise en
So
œuvre.
this is the adoption and implementation.
Programs such as SMS, such as SEMS, such as the maintenance and rehabilitation plan. OC Transpo is also responsible to provide direction and oversight and to maintain records. So when we ask, well, how do these regulations relate to contractors? It's important to point out that these regulations do not impart direct responsibilities upon the contractors, but contractors, of course, have responsibilities that flow from the project agreement. For instance, to perform the inspections and maintenance of vehicles and to have programs such as security management system, which we'll talk about, as well as the emergency response plan. We'll turn to the next slide. An overview of the work that was done in 2022, two segments monitored. The first one, which was a revisit of the work that was done in 2020, is the inspections of LRVs, of the catenary, as well as the track. The second one is the security management system. So when I talked earlier about the work plan and the scoping out of the different potential risks that a commuter line would be subject to, we can see them at the bottom, 6 major risk areas ranging from human factors right to security, safety management, rolling stock or LRVs, as well as track and infrastructure. I'm pleased to say that by this point, with the work that's been done in 2020, every one of those 6 areas has been monitored by the RMCO since Revenue Service. Now, having said that, there's obviously more substance behind each of these 6 areas than just one program. So for instance, if we think about human factors, the area that's being monitored, and I'll talk about that in a minute, is the training and qualification of employees involved in the movement of LRVs and trains. But we also have work rest rules. So fatigue is an area to look into. We also have medical fitness for duty as another example. When we look at the infrastructure, we've looked at the track, we've looked at the catenary, but the tunnel obviously is another significant infrastructure that would be eventually monitored through this risk-based approach. I'll go over the next 3 slides rather briefly in the interest of time. We'll go to slide number 7, which shows the areas that were monitored that I just referenced a second ago. 2019, on a surveillé la formation et compétences des employés appelés.
In 2019, we monitored the staff performance and
vehicles as well as catenary. We'll turn to the next slide, number 8, please. 2021, we turned our attention to the monitoring of the emergency response plan, as well as the safety management system. And of course, when we talk about these areas monitored, it is both OC Transpo that has those regulatory obligations, but also by extension to their contractors, so RTG, RTM, and Alstom, that also have contractual obligations that require the implementation of similar programs. So the emergency response plan, for example, that RTG, RTM have to implement has many similarities to the ones that OC Transpo has to adopt and implement as well. We'll move to slide number 9 again rather quickly in the interest of time. We revisited in 2022, as I said, the track, the LRVs, as well as the catenary. You may ask, why did we revisit this area? It is because there were mixed findings in 2020. So this is a critical area for the safe and reliable operation of the Confederation line. Using the risk-based approach, we did decide to remonitor this area, and I'll take you through the findings. The other area that had not been monitored to date, but now completes the overview of those 6 areas, is the security management system. We'll turn to slide number, I guess we're at slide number 10. Very brief again. The key activities that the RMCO is involved in are the monitoring itself, the remedial actions process, which we'll talk about in a minute, as well as the reporting to the city manager on a quarterly basis, as well as to this Transit Commission and the council later on in the month of April to table the annual compliance report, which we'll review here in detail, of course. We'll turn our attention to slide number 11, which takes us through the findings of the first segment monitored, and that is the inspection of track, LRV, and catenary. So this is the results only for OC Transpo, and it's important again to provide context that although OC Transpo does not perform the work of inspections of track, of LRVs and catenary, they still have the regulatory responsibility to adopt and implement the program. In this case, it's called the Maintenance and Rehabilitation Plan. They have the responsibility through regulations to ensure that appropriate direction and oversight is provided to the contractors performing the work, and they have the obligation to maintain the record. So at a high level, what does this slide tell us? First, that there is compliance relative to the adoption and implementation of the programs. Second, that with respect to direction to contractors, there is clear evidence through the maintenance and rehabilitation plan, the associated contractual documents, that the city has fulfilled its obligation of providing adequate direction. Third, with respect to oversight, and it's important to provide context here because the city has a substantive oversight plan, which not only encompasses its own operation, but also the operation of contractors, because the city under the obligation under the regulation, I should say, has the obligation to confirm through oversight that the contractor is performing the work in accordance with the maintenance and rehabilitation plan. So substantive oversight plan that OC Transpo has, specific schedules that are developed at the beginning of every year that specify what they will be monitoring, and a very substantial number of resources. There's about 12 different full-time equivalents, about 12 full-time equivalent employees at OC Transpo that are dedicated to oversight. That is quite substantial. And this is over and above, the hiring of experts such as TRA, the work that the RMCO does, and those other experts that perform work such as on those triannual audits that I talked about in a minute. Now, the one area of opportunity that was identified here is that on the training of employees involved in the inspections of LRVs, track, and catenary. So those are Alstom employees subcontracted by RTG, RTN to perform this work. We're talking about the maintenance vehicle technicians that perform inspections on LRVs, the guideway technicians that perform the inspections on the track, and the power technicians that perform inspections on the catenary. There is a requirement for training. This is something that was not monitored formally as part of OC Transpo's oversight plan, but OC Transpo has taken action on this opportunity and already updated their 2023 oversight plan to encompass training. We'll turn our attention to the next slides. And again, quite briefly, in the interest of time, this is very detailed. I realize it's very technical, but in essence, the details relative to each of those areas, again, that mirror the regulatory obligations. We can see the obligation to adopt and implement programs, which is fulfilled through the maintenance and rehabilitation plan, as well as a number of other associated documents. We'll turn to the next slide. slide 15, which shows us the area of direction where we have the project agreement, specific schedules, outlining specifically what the expectations are, what the technical requirements are. We'll turn to the next slide where we see the findings for oversight. Here we can see the opportunity relative to adding training as part of the scope to OC Transpo's oversight plan and process, which, as I said, is quite robust, but there's an opportunity to improve it here. So we'll turn our attention to slide number 15. Thank you. So again, we just saw the results for OC Transpo that does not perform the inspection work, but they have the obligation through regulations to ensure that the appropriate program is adopted, implemented with direction and oversight and maintenance of records. We saw their findings. So if we're to ask, well, what did we find for RTM? And when we talk about RTM, it's broadly RTM as well as their subcontractors. So it does encompass Alstom. A key distinction I'll make here is the fact that I think the slide at the bottom needs to go to 15. Yeah, we'll take a second here to allow the slides to catch up to where we are. Perfect. Thank you very much. So when we talk about RTM, we're talking about their subcontractors by extension. In this particular case, Alstom performs the vast majority of the work around LRV inspections, track, as well as catenary. RTM has specific responsibilities through the project agreement that's laid out in the maintenance and rehabilitation plan. There's a number of other associated documents, such as the asset management plan, which says thou shalt inspect the track every day, twice a week, every month, every 3 months, etc. Different types of inspection, clearly itemized. Same notion for catenary, same notion for LRV. So what were the findings? 10 elements monitored, and there were, of the 10 areas monitored, the key conformance gaps, we could call them that. And we use the term conformance, and I'll take a minute to explain here, to distinguish from regulatory compliance. So the term compliance is relative to fulfilling the obligation that's in the regulation, which, as we said, applies to OC Transpo. Here we use the term conformant to indicate that this is a contractual responsibility that RTM and its subcontractors have. So the findings indicate that there were some inspection records missing for track as well as the catenary for the period monitored. If you ask what period was monitored, from service resumption, that was November the 12th in 2021, until the end of the second quarter of 2022. So the monitoring was carried out roughly in the middle of 2022, and we looked at a specific period in time, found some inspection records that were missing for track and catenary. And I'll talk about, there was improvements as well, but I'll talk about sort of big picture here. LRVs, I'll say there was a significant improvement in the records to substantiate that the mileage-based inspections are being performed. There were just a handful of minor exceptions where the inspections on the LRVs were done beyond the allowable tolerance for that particular mileage. We're talking about the 10K inspection. So if we turn back to 2020, there were exceptions around all the different schedule of inspections on LRV. So 10K, 25K, 30K, 50K, etc. In this case, everything was good with the exception of the 10K inspections, which were done, but slightly beyond the allowable time tolerance. Training was incomplete for the 3 employee types that were monitored. So again, the MVTs, maintenance vehicle technicians, for performing the LRV inspections, the guideway technicians that perform the track inspections, and the power technicians that perform the catenary inspections. Now, I will say, give you a little bit of a preamble, that the most recent information that I obtained, and there's a very active follow-up that we do with OC Transpo, to ensure that those findings are addressed conclusively through remedial actions, that the latest update on training shows a much better picture with not quite 100% conformance, but not far from that either. So improvements in several areas. There's also an opportunity in terms of the formalization of RTM's oversight plan with evidence that they were performing oversight during that period, but the plan itself was only formalized after that period. One point that's important to ask is, or to consider, is that if you were to ask, well, does OC Transpo identify similar findings? The answer is yes. So in the work that I do, I review OC Transpo's oversight, not only the plan and the schedules, but also the records. And there's an abundance of evidence that they're finding gaps around inspections for track, catenary LRVs. And the oversight team is actively following up with RTG and RTM to ensure that they obtain those missing records, and that when there is evidence that those inspections were likely not done, then a formal action plan is requested. So a lot of activity around getting closure, conclusive closure to those findings. So again, and that's sort of, I allude to that at the bottom of the slide, where I say that for every finding, OC Transpo requests a formal remedial action plan from RTG and RTM, and that is the subject of structured follow-up that we'll review in a second. We'll quickly go over the next slides, which show the details. We can go to the next one as well. We'll go straight to slide number 19 in the interest of time, which brings us to the segment, the second segment that was monitored, which is the security management system. So when we look at security management system, we'll start with OC Transpo, and then we'll turn our attention to RTM. There were 17 different elements that were monitored, again, flowing around those regulatory obligations from adoption to the maintenance of records. And if we turn our attention to the left of the table to adoption and implementation, there were 9 elements monitored, of which 8 were compliant. The one that was not fully compliant, was mostly compliant, is the one entitled threat and vulnerability analysis. So this is in essence the scoping out of potential threats or risks to ensure that there's an adequate mitigation for them. So that was done, but not quite in accordance with the security management system of the city, which requires that it be done every 3 years. The second, when we turn our attention to direction in the middle of the table, there was ample evidence that direction is provided to contractors and internally, of course. There's the project agreement, all the schedules that go along with it, as well as the contractual documents and letters that OC Transpo has made available for this monitoring activity. When we look at oversight, again, it's important to bring context here, a substantive oversight plan, specific schedules, a number of activities taking place around drills and other security management system activities. There's a dozen resources throughout the OC Transpo organization that are dedicated to oversight, so very substantive. But one area of opportunity that was identified was to more systematically confirm that those obligations that are stipulated in the project agreement are actually implemented by the contractor. And I'll speak to that in a minute, because when we looked at RTM's implementation of the security management plan, there were some gaps that we'll talk about in a minute. So we'll go again quickly through slides 20 and 21, and then look at the security management system findings for RTM. 12 elements monitored. Again, the expectations for RTM are stipulated in a schedule of the project agreement, which itemizes what the requirements are for the emergency response plan. Of the 12 elements that were monitored, 4 were conformant. Again, the term conformant here is to distinguish that it is a contractual requirement rather than a regulatory requirement. 5 were mostly conformant, 2 partially conformant, and 1 was not conformant. It's important to point out here that RTM did have a fairly substantive, does have, I should say, a fairly substantive security management plan. The issues were more around its implementation. So the biggest gap, I would say, is one where employee security verifications, which were specifically identified in the project agreement, were not being done. I'll talk about the remedial actions and how this is in motion right now with some employee security verifications being done, but at the time of monitoring, they were not being done. Second is there was a requirement in RTM's security management plan to do annual reviews. Those were not being performed. The direction in terms of conveying the requirements of the project agreement relative to ERP, emergency response plan, to the subcontractors was performed, but not quite complete. And of course, the oversight was also incomplete because there wasn't any evidence that the checks and balances were there to make sure that those elements identified in the project agreement for emergency response plan were actually being implemented. Again, we'll go quickly in the interest of time, right to slide number 27, because next 3 slides are the tables that itemize those findings. And I'll take you to the important process called the remedial actions process. This, of course, is critical because we all want to ensure that those findings are acted upon, not only expediently, but also conclusively. So the key point to keep in mind is that the contractual relationship between RTG is with the city. So it is the city that makes the request for the remedial actions. It is not the RMCO. The RMCO, of course, is always working closely with the city to ensure that the findings are properly understood, that they're acted upon in a conclusive manner. But the city is the one that makes the requests for the remedial actions. And as I said, every finding has been followed up through a formal request for remedial action. Are the expectations clear in terms of, when remedial actions need to be provided, when they need to be implemented? The answer is yes. There is a process map that the city has that they've communicated to RTG and RTM, which spells out when remedial actions need to be submitted and when they need to be implemented. As I said, the resolution of remedial actions is pursued very actively by OC Transpo, but also with the engagement of the RMCO to ensure that there's a good understanding of the issue as well as its resolution. So has there been some progress? Absolutely. 41 findings identified by the RMCO since revenue service. Of those, 26 have been closed, and we'll see a table next slide through the remedial actions resolution process. The 15 items that remain relate to, that's fine. We can go to the next slide to sort of give us a flavor. You can see that the column on the left-hand side are the segments that were monitored sequentially from revenue service, starting with that rules training and qualification that we talked about earlier, going to track inspections, catenary inspections, right down to security management system. You can see that everything that was monitored right up to the third quarter of 2021 is closed through the remedial actions process. The ones that remain open are the monitoring that was done in 2022, as well as the completion of the emergency response. I'll just pause here to say that, RTM and RTG have shown some good collaboration. They've allocated some resources here. They've developed a fairly substantive emergency response plan. They are in the process of implementing it right now. So that item, those 5 remaining items which relate to the implementation of the emergency response plan, should be closed within the next couple of months as the evidence comes in. Everything is fact and evidence based. As the evidence comes in to confirm that it has been implemented, because I think everybody here wants to know that not only do we have a piece of paper that meets the requirements of the project agreement, but that it's also being implemented. There's evidence of this. The other items, as I said, relate to the inspections of LRV track catenary as well as security management system. I'll point out also that although the collaboration has been good, I think it's obvious that some of these items are taking a while to resolve, and there's a few reasons for that that I elaborate upon in the annual compliance report. One of them is the fact that some of these programs require significant development efforts. So the emergency response plan that RTM developed required a significant effort to put together, and now they're in the implementation. The other one is that, when we look at the sequence of work where the city, signs the contract with RTG that conveys it to RTM, that subcontracts it to Alstom, there are many players involved. So when we look at inspections, for example, of track, LRV, or catenary that are performed by Alstom, there are a number of players that need to be engaged to ensure that a solution is identified that is agreeable to everybody and that is substantive enough that we have the facts and evidence to confirm that that solution brings about a conclusive resolution. That takes me to the last slide, which is just a summary of what we've talked about. Slide 29. So an overview of the areas that were monitored. On a parlé des inspections de la voie ferrée, des véhicules et du système caténaire, ainsi que du système de gestion de la sûreté, distinction avec sécurité qu'on a fait en 2021. Et les activités existantes, on a cette revue avec la Commission du transport.
And then the current activities with the Transit Commission, the regulatory activity for 2023 will start after the selection of sectors to be monitored.
In the second quarter of 2023. That brings me to the end of the material. I appreciate everyone's attention. Merci pour votre attention. Ça me ferait plaisir de répondre à vos questions.
Merci beaucoup.
And I'll be pleased to answer your questions.
We have no delegations on this, so if there's questions from councilors, Councillor Leeper. You're first, Councillor Leeper.
I didn't follow the prescribed format. So I just want to make sure that I do understand this with respect to the 2022 follow-up monitoring of the track LRBs and catenaries. You identified areas where there was a lack of, and forgive me, I'm going to screw this up, conformance. Thank you. Is that, and that is being followed up on? I just want to make sure that you're satisfied that the appropriate remedial actions are being undertaken. There are outstanding items, I think. Can you give us any anticipation as to when all of those outstanding non-conformances will be closed?
Certainly. So thank you for the question. So the issue of inspections is exactly as you have said, that we focused on the areas that were not fully conformant in 2020. So for instance, the twice a week track inspections were there. The monthly track inspections were there. So there is a request that's being made for a remedial action plan, which of course requires the engagement of both RTG, RTM, as well as Alstom. Those plans are being reviewed by the city. I am working closely with the city to make sure that those plans are satisfactory. We're not at the point yet where we can say that those plans are fully satisfactory because we do use, as I said, a fact and evidence-based approach that we will not close that item until the facts and evidence demonstrate that those inspections are being performed. And one of the challenges that we have collectively is that, if you were to ask, how do we know whether we have conformance or not? The answer is that we have the OC Transpo oversight team that is very actively performing checks and balances to ask for those records to confirm that those inspections were done. The RMCO does the same through sampling, very laborious, but there is an opportunity here that we've talked about internally, with OC Transpo. I've shared this with RTG and RTM as well, is to let the information technology do the work for us by giving us a report of what are the regulatory inspections or those inspections stipulated in the maintenance and rehabilitation plan, which is one of those designated programs in the city manager designation. And what is the execution? What is the success rate? And to have that on a month by month or on a quarterly basis, OC Transpo has already made this request for a quarterly report to get visibility on the success rate of those inspections. We're not there yet. We don't have the information system. We do it again through sampling, which is laborious. It gives us an indication as to whether those inspections are being done. But I think getting that information system to work for us collectively would be very valuable.
And is that information system the anticipated remedial plan to ensure that the inspections get done? Because forgive me, I'm seeing sort of two steps here.
Yeah, good question. Once again, it is part of the discussion. I think everyone sees the value of having such an information system, including RTG, RTM, and OC Transpo. So I think we're pretty close to the point where that is going to move forward, but we're not quite there yet.
Okay. Okay. So you are generally satisfied that with respect to the inspections of the catenary, the track, and the LRVs, that either the requirements are being fulfilled for monitoring those, or that we are well underway to having plans in place to ensure that in future those will be.
Thank you for that. So if we look at the evidence that we have right now, I don't think anyone can say that we are satisfied because the evidence that we have shows that there are gaps. However, there is work being done. There is a goodwill and effort, resources being allocated to ensure that the execution of those inspections is being done in accordance with the program requirements. We will only be certain that we are satisfied when the data starts to come in and the sampling starts to confirm, on the basis of facts and evidence, that the execution rate is where it needs to be.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how deep into details your reports go, but those gaps in training that you identified with the inspection employees, do you believe that it compromised the safety of the system at any point?
Thank you for the question. Very good question. And this is something that I think we can ask not only about training, but about the inspections. And I'll just point you to the RMCO scope, which does not include a relationship, between the finding and either a service issue or a safety issue. But having said that, it does stand to reason that those inspections are there for a reason. They need to be performed by fully qualified employees, and that if any of those inspections are missed, or if the training isn't complete, then it stands to reason that there is an incremental risk. I cannot tell you how much higher that risk is, but clearly it means that we're bearing a risk that's higher than it needs to be, and that it should be by design through the project agreement and the program documents.
Okay, no, thank you very much. And threats and vulnerabilities, that's safe to assume that's like human threats, compromises to the system. Like if somebody were to unauthorized access buildings or tracks without authorization?
Yeah, so the threat and vulnerability analysis is the foundation for a security management system, because it is the scoping out of all the potential sources of risk and the things that can go wrong. So it's anything from unauthorized people accessing the facilities to potentially terrorism to, anything that can go wrong from a security perspective. And that's done by a third party, by an expert that the city hires. From what I've seen, very detailed, quite, laborious in terms of its content. And the city acts upon that by building their security management system to ensure that they properly mitigate all those potential threats and vulnerabilities through, areas such as, the training, the constables that verify specific areas, the proper response procedures, the drills and readiness and so on that make up the components of a security management system.
Okay, great. This is a very thorough report, so thank you very much.
I'm not seeing any other questions, so I'll say thank you again, Sam, for your presentation and the report. Obviously, a very important yearly report that the commission receives, and appreciate you being here in person as well. I think the last few years have been online, so thank you. We do have to, well, the report recommendation is that Transit Commission recommend council receive the Light Rail Regulatory Monitor and Compliance Officer annual report attached as document 1. Is that recommendation carried? Carried. Thank you. Item number 7.2 is Light Rail Regulatory Monitor Compliance Officer contract. Actually, Sam, we should probably ask you to leave the table for this segment. Thank you. There's no presentation for this, but I see David White from Legal and Interim City Manager Wendy Stephenson are here in case there are any councillor questions on this. That's right. The report recommendations in a nutshell are to recommend the council that the contract for the light rail RMCO for Confederation Line be renewed for a further 5-year term. Any questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. Councillor Curry.
Just because we'll be talking about this about our auditor, is there any rule about having to change up that? You know, like usually there's a general rule of thumb that you change up your auditor every so often. There's no guidance on that, eh?
Chair, that's, as Mr. Barata noted, the requirement to have a regulatory monitor and compliance officer stems not from legislation, but it stems from the delegation agreement between the city and Transpo Canada. So there's no requirement in that. Beyond that, there be one appointed that it be changed on a rotational basis or anything like that.
Okay, I'm going to read out the report recommendations because I think they're important. So number 1, that the Transit Commission recommend to council that the contract for the light rail RMCO for Confederation Line be renewed for a further 5-year term on terms and conditions as set out in the report, and delegate the authority to the interim city manager to execute the contract renewal on behalf of the city, and that the Transit Commission recommend that council direct the interim city manager to bring a further report to the Transit Commission and council to recommend any changes to the existing Confederation Line light rail system regulatory framework in Q3 2023. Are the report recommendations carried? Are you serious?
Carried.
All right. Yeas and nays. Eric.
Councillor Hill. Councillor Tierney. Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
Yes.
Councillor Carr.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Curry.
Yes.
Chair Gower.
Yes.
7 yeas.
Item number 8.1 is a status update. Transit Commission inquiries and motion for the period ending March 30th. There are no motions, no presentation. Are those report recommendations? Actually, can we receive this report today on inquiries and motions?
Yeah.
Thank you. There are no in-camera items, so that leaves motion or item number 10, motions of which notice has been previously given. This is a motion from Councillor Hill on the subscription model for hybrid workers. Now, Councillor Hill is not here today, but I understand Councillor Carr has a couple of remarks she wants to share with the committee. Councillor Carr.
Hi, thanks. Yes, I'm very happy to present this motion on behalf of David Hill. I think he specifically asked me to present it just because I was a federal public servant for many years, and I think that this is absolutely critical motion. And I know that David, the Councillor Hill, worked with OC Transpo on the wording of this motion, I believe. So very happy to have this introduced, and I think it will be hopefully be quite successful at ensuring that we can have federal public servants back using the system. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't think you need to read it. No, it's already been introduced. So Councillor Brockington has a question.
I do, Chair. Thank you. I just want to hear from staff their thoughts on this motion. We have a number of fares and ways that people can pay outside of buying a monthly pass. You can tap per ride. I just want to get a greater understanding of where staff's head is on this, and then I'll have some follow-up questions or comments.
Chair, we support that motion because we believe if we can bring a new card for those hybrid workers, maybe it will be one of the things that we can do to attract them. But we will bring everything here for sure, and we're not there yet.
Okay, and even though we're talking about hybrid workers, that's not a requirement. It will be a product that will be open to the general public. You don't have to prove you're a federal government worker. This can apply to people who work in other industries whose hours have changed, whose working patterns have changed. This will just be another product, a fair product that OC Transpo will offer all riders. Is that correct?
That's the intent.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Any other questions for staff? I'm seeing none. Then is the motion carried? Carried. Thank you. Okay. We have no other notices of motion. Actually, I should ask, do we have any notices of motion for a subsequent meeting? I don't think so. No. Okay. Are there any inquiries? I believe Councillor Lowe, you have an inquiry on paratransport?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Okay. This inquiry is much shorter. It is a reincarnation of a motion that I withdrew at a previous meeting because it was admittedly a little too targeted for one geographic area. So I expanded the scope to include the whole city in response to some of our discussion that we had last meeting. So the first question is, how many paratransport trips were taken between the rural villages as defined in the official plan and the urban transit area, the UTA, in 2022? Of all the trips taken between the rural villages and the UTA in 2022, what percentage of these trips were to and from the villages of Carp, Cumberland, Fallowfield, Greeley, Manotick, Navan, Notre-Dame-des-Champs, and Richmond? These are the ones that are closest to the urban area. What is the average distance of paratransport trips to and from the villages mentioned in question 2? And if available, the average deadhead requirement. What is the average distance of paratransport trips within the UTA in 2022? And same thing, deadhead requirement if available. Of all the trips taken in 2022 to or from the villages mentioned in question 2, what percentage of those trips started in the listed communities and ended in the listed communities? What percentage of paratransport trips mentioned in question 5 were shorter by trip distance than the longest 50% of trips wholly within the urban area? And what are the implications of either introducing special fare zones or charging the UTA fare for trips mentioned in question 5? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Any other inquiries? All right, I'm seeing none. There's no other business. Thank you again to OC Transpo staff and city staff from other departments for being with us today. And we are adjourned until May 11th, 2023. Thank you.